Good morning, everybody. A very warm welcome to all. I feel fortunate to have this opportunity in welcoming everybody. I'm Radhika Mamidi. I am a faculty at LTRC, IIIT Hyderabad. So my association has been very old, so I feel honored to take this opportunity in welcoming you all to this event, very memorable event. So my association with LTRC has been more than 25 years. People at LTRC, LTRC of course, but people associated like Dr. Sangal, Professor Vinny Chaitanaji, Dr. Dipti, all of us are associated. And for me, LTRC is not just a lab, it is the people who make this lab and a warm place to be here. So there are two more institutes that I was associated with before coming to LTRC. One was NCST Bombay, now known as CDAC Mumbai. Other was CALS at University of Hyderabad. And through this journey, I have been associated with many people in this audience. We have been meeting them even before LTRC was formed. And I take this opportunity to share my gratitude to everybody who contributed in building LTRC and the research, of course, the collaborators, the funding agencies, the support. Dr. Swarnalata is here. She remembers me from NCST days. There's Dr. Srinivas Bangalore and Dr. Sangal, whose classes I used to audit. So from past 2 months, we have been doing this nostalgia journey, and I'm one of the types who make notes. So I have notes of everything. I have notes of super tag grammar. I have notes of what sir was teaching us in classes. I mean, I was audit. Then I want to mention that I came across these notes. I'm carrying it in my bag at tea break. I can share it. This was notes from 1999 when Dr. Sangal at CALS brought in 5 different institutions together. And again, this is my perspective. There must have been many more meetings, but I was part of these 2 meetings. One that was held at CALS in 1999, hosted by Professor UN Singh. And then the other one follow-up was at NCST Bombay, hosted by Dr. S. Ramani. Both these had Dr. Sangal very passionately talking about collaboration and sharing resources under GPL. I mean, my notes also has the letter GPN, and then later, many years later, I corrected, oh, it is not GPN, it is GPL. So I was a student who used to take notes. Then there is Professor Pushpak Bhattacharya, who was our mentor for the Martha project that started in 1996. When I was at NCST, and he was very young. He was just 32 or 30, I don't know. But when we said Professor Pushpak is coming from IIT Bombay, we really expected one old professor, right? And there comes this young dashing professor. So I feel very happy. So this journey of 25 years makes me recall my own journey with NLP, with LTRC, with the people associated with LTRC. And the oldest in the terms of relationship with is Dipti ma'am here. She taught us phonetics, and we always say she laid the sound foundation of linguistics in us. So with that, I really feel when in the discussion they said, okay, you have to give the warm welcome. I felt it's an honor for me to take this stage and use these 5 minutes to tell my own story. So with that, formally, I welcome you all. So I have these notes which I have written for this, but I could not stop myself from sharing my own story. So over the past quarter century, LTRC has been at the forefront of groundbreaking research, pushing the boundaries of language understanding, machine translation, speech recognition, and more. As you can see, over these years, we had more people joining LTRC, some leaving, some still associated. But the main focus of LTRC would be our students, like people here, you will see students are very important for building any institution, including IIIT Hyderabad. So our dedicated researchers have tirelessly worked to develop cutting-edge solutions that have enriched the NLP scenario in India. So as we reflect on our journey, we are filled with gratitude for the unwavering support of our founders, faculty, staff, students, alumni, and collaborators. Your passion, creativity, and hard work have been the driving force behind our success. So today we celebrate not just the past 25 years, but also the bright future that lies ahead. We are committed to continuing our mission of excellence, innovation, and societal impact. I invite you all to join us in commemorating this milestone and look forward to the next 25 years of LTRC. So, as a mark to commemorate this event, we will have a light lamping. So I request Professor Yagnanarayan, Professor Raj Reddy, Professor Sangal, Professor Deepthi, Professor Pushpak Bhattacharya, Dr. Swarnalata ji, to please come and light the lamp. So this will be followed by the recitation of Shiva Sutras. So as I was sharing, I had attended Dr. Srinivas Bengaluru's talk on super tax, but before that, the Vakya system at NCST was done on XTAG. And so maybe you can also join. So I request Dr. Srinivas Bengaluru also to join the group. So extract grammar, transformational grammar, but our journey at LTRC has been with Paninian grammar. Yes, he'll just. So linguists here have been through their own journey from, from Chomskyan grammar frameworks to X-tag and super tags and L tag and all that was happening in 90s. Then how to use Paninian grammar for computational, that I have learned only from Akshar Bharti group. So most of our students follow this grammar for our research, and it will be very apt to acknowledge the efforts of Panini through what we call the Shiva Sutras. So I request the group here to set up their tabla, and you can also come here. Briefly before they come, I would like to give an introduction to this. The Shiva Sutras, also known as Akshara Samamnaya or Maheshwarani Sutrani, comprise a set of 14 aphorisms. These serve as a systematic arrangement of Sanskrit sounds for grammatical analysis, as devised by the grammarian Panini in his Ashtadhyayi. The Shiva Sutras group phonemes based on the place of pronunciation and manner of articulation. Panini employs these sutras to introduce the concept of pratyaharas, enabling economy and brevity in his grammatical framework, which is one of its core organizational principles. The structure of the sutras, their significance, and the concept of pratyaharas have been extensively studied by scholars worldwide. So I invite our research scholars, Anagha Pradeep, Mangaldev Tripathi, and Alampad Modak to recite the Maheshwara Sutras. It is believed that these sounds were revealed to Panini by the Lord Shiva himself. The Lord played his damru, and from it came sounds that are known as the Maheshwara Sutrani. These sounds were 14 sutras that became the basis of Sanskrit grammar as recorded by the sage Panini.
वृत्तावसाने नटराजराजो ननादढक्कां नवपञ्चवारम् उद्धर्तु कामः सनकादिसिद्धान् एतद्विमर्शे शिवसूत्रजालम्। अथ माहेश्वराणि सूत्राणि अयोन ऋडक एओग ऐ औच हयवरट लण यमगणनम् झभय घड़धश जपगड़दश खप चटत चटतव कपय शशसर हल।
That was beautiful. Now I request our director, Professor P.J. Narayanan, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this celebration of the Silver Jubilee of LTRC. Story of LTRC is also the story of IIIT. When me and Jawahar, we were both working in DRDO lab, CARE in Bangalore, and which was headed by Professor M. Vidyasagar, a very renowned control theorist. And then he left. And then we were wondering, is it, DRDO is a good place to continue? And that was the point. IIIT had been set up already, and had known about IIIT because Narendra Ahuja, who was a close friend and colleague in computer vision circles, had been appointed the director, and he had joined also. Then we thought maybe we should try to give this a chance, and we were thinking about moving to IIIT. And then I came here, and I used to come, my friends were here, I came to Hyderabad, I visited this campus, and they said, there's very little there. I mean, will it have a future? You don't know. I mean, just it has a big people promoting it, but then we were wondering, where will it be? I mean, we saw this IBM and other schools, and we were wondering what kind of university would this be? Is it, some training school for industry, or is it a real university that we all wanted to join? And of course, we had two anchor points that that strongly attracted to us. One is Narendra Ahuja himself, because we knew him very well, and he's a internationally very well-known academic. But then there was this doubt, how long will he be here? I mean, he's coming from UIUC. Then, of course, I had known Professor Sangal, known about him mostly. Long time I took a course that he taught in AI in IIT Kanpur when I was working in CMC right after my graduation. I knew that, he had left IIT Kanpur, or that's what I thought. He had left IIT Kanpur and moved to IIIT. Misinformation, but good misinformation. He hadn't joined IIIT formally, but he was still the employee of University of Hyderabad. That I remember me and Jawahar discussing. I mean, someone like Professor Sangal will not leave IIT Kanpur, a safe place like IIT Kanpur, and come to IIIT if he didn't think it had a future. So that was one strong point by which we can also maybe try it out, and that's one reason. And after coming here also, LTRC was the only research center is already there. When I joined in 2000, I'm completing 24 years in IIIT in a few weeks. December 27th, I joined here. And LTRC was the only research center, and we were very fascinated. There was a room in that building, LTRC, a long hall room, and they're filled with computers, terminals those days, mostly like terminals around. And the good thing is my office was close to that. My office has got me and Jawahar were close to that. And good thing is, everybody, Professor Sangal, Deepthi, everybody will be in the lab along with the students. They were, even though he had an office, a big office opposite the lab, he will be always sitting there and working on the computer. So it was very interesting. And then many students, the institute had 50 fourth year students and 50 third year students and 100 second year students of BTech. Many of them, the third year students, some of them were already working in some of the LTRC projects, and the whole idea of honors program for undergraduates had been, the seed had been laid, and of course the first batch had some opportunity. Second batch was the batch that was in second year when we joined, and they had just finished 3 semesters. The 4th semester was on, and at the end of it is when they choose the honors, etc. So the LTRC and the language activities were the major activities there. And Professor Sangal also had a meeting with all the second year and third year students, called us also and said, we should start OCR. That's also part of language, part of vision. It's a joint, nice intersection of computer vision or image processing kind of areas and language. And, Jawahar started a lot of OCR activity, which still continues. And soon, we also started the computer vision group later. But in a way, the anchor for IIIT and its research model, we call ourselves a research university, and we set up all the processes and academics along the line of, to promote research. All that seeding came from LTRC. It was already there, and getting the undergraduates work on research projects, the top 10 research projects in whatever way they can. That idea had started, and that's one of the USPs that distinguish IIIT from all other institutions. And this is something that everybody appreciates. All the companies or other research groups that our students go to still appreciate that your undergraduates know how to get things done by finding problems, finding solutions themselves given a problem, solving unstructured problems. So that whole concept stuck as the foundation of IIIT. We wanted to promote research at the undergraduate level, so undergraduates have the opportunity to take part in the last 2 years, intense research in the kind that they want, maybe system building, maybe some theory, maybe working with a PhD student or a master's student to get things done, and that continues. And that we graduate today. In our first convocation in 2002, Professor Raj Reddy gave us a tall goal, said in 10 years, we should be graduating 100 PhDs per year. That was really a totally ambitious goal, because around that time, 2002, maybe India produced 30 or so PhDs, good PhDs in the country in computer science. So 100 from IIIT itself was a goal worth aspiring for, but we didn't quite make it. But in the last few years, we have been graduating 30-ish PhD students, but 200 plus MS by research students. So the MS by research program that we designed here, there are models in IIT Madras and other places, but we really made it a strong program where the students can come from outside and spend 2 years, a little bit of coursework and more research to get an MS, or the dual degree mode. Students come after 12th and spend 5 years doing their BTech as well as his MS together. This has been a great source of success. We have, we graduate 200 and odd MS students per year. So if you consider an MS student, 2 MS students is like a PhD student, 2.5. We have reached 100 PhD equivalent today. And the research engine is really primed up. There are a lot of activities going on, and our MS students really, many of them in many groups, they think like, work like PhD students. Unfortunately, they are here only for a year or year and a half or 2, to doing research, full-time research. And we did have maybe 3 or 4 of those students stay back for PhD, but not in large numbers. which is also okay because we, our influence, diaspora, I call it the research diaspora of IIIT influence is very strong. I'm told the LTRC also did the statistic for something else. I did a quick evaluation of where the CVAT, the computer vision alumni, have been going to in the last 20 years of whatever, graduating 20 plus years. And I was amazed to see 120, about 120 of students who got some degree from here went on to do their PhDs in computer vision and related areas. About 25, 30 in IIIT itself, but others are across the best universities and with MPI, INRIA and CMU topping the chart of where they did their PhDs from. But it's 120 computer vision and related PhDs wouldn't have been there if IIIT wasn't there. And that's a huge power. I'm very glad to see the area, that is the computer vision area, being enriched by IIIT and computer vision area globally. I also wish in the next 10 or 20 years, those 120 or the next 120 PhDs produced, a lot of it will be from here and they will come back here and do things here. Then we can have further multiplier effect. I'm sure the numbers are similar, if not more, for LTRC because it was wider. And again, the story of LTRC is still a story of IIIT or story of AI today. I remember actually, my earliest interest in research was NLP. When I went to University of Maryland, I looked around, found I wanted to see if NLP is there. There was nobody doing NLP there. Then, okay, now it's a strong place, I'm told. But I did, I went to this professor called Jim Hendler, who is an AI person, and I did an independent study with him. He gave me the Shankian model of both, language processing and learning. And I did a term paper, got an A grade for it in 87, early 87, the spring of 87. But there was no, proper NLP research at that point, the strong group. And computer vision was ultra strong there. So we went there and rest is history, at least in that sense. But, you come back here, I saw the strong NLP activity here. And, believe it or not, today students may find it hard to believe NLP was not a glamorous subject until maybe 10, 15 years ago. And NLP, the people like Professor Rajiv Sangal and Vinny Chaitanya ji, they all plowed on in spite of, NLP not getting the same level of, interest or glamour like computer vision had a little bit better glamour for whatever reason. Maybe we produce nice pictures or something. So that was but they plowed on. And today, of course, computer vision people feel a little jealous of the NLP people because all the attention with, the literally so attention also based on that. There is a lot of NLP going on, a lot of NLP activity, and rightly so. And NLP is jumped in it. It's really transformed the world. Today, AI is, chat GPT for the world or that kind of LLMs. And NLP is transformed itself. So I also saw our own NLP group, LTRC group, transforming from the traditional approach to the traditional computer sciencey approach to more statistical approaches, SMTs in 2005 onward, that kind of time frame. And later in the last 10 years into the neural mode, because the world changes and these tools are getting powerful. And we should all know they are just tools here. The problem is here. The problem has to be solved. What tool we use is the matter of what tool is available. So this journey has been, the journey of LTRC is still somehow the journey of IIIT. And I'm very thankful to all the LTRC people for the big role, outsized role they played in IIIT's journey so far in the last 25 years, and look forward to next 25 years of the same. And I just can't resist Radhika talking about Pushpak. Pushpak is still young, and I'm also glad to say that because we are classmates, so I'm also young by association. We have all reached an age where being accused of being young is a happy moment. Okay, so Pushpak and I would spend 5 years together in the same hostel, which is a big deal in IIT Kharagpur. Your primary allegiance is not to the institute or the department, but to the hostel. So we bore the same allegiance those days. And I'm also I've been in touch with him ever since I came back to India, particularly came to IIIT, because he's in the same gharana of NLP. So we see, have opportunity to meet. And I also want to acknowledge Srinivas Bangalore, and of course, Yagna was one of us who spent good 10, 12 years here after his long career in IIT Madras and contributed much to this institution. And of course, all the later, the current members of LTRC, I don't even want to name them. So thank you all for coming, and I'm looking forward to the next 2 days of discussions, events, whatever is happening. I'm eager to understand a little bit about NLP. And strangely, NLP and computer vision have come together in the last 5 years more than before. So I saw this panel with Vineet and Makarand, traditionally computers from people, but they work on vision and language areas and so on. So welcome, and let's have a great 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the next session will be by 4 eminent NLP practitioners, Professor Deepti Mishra Sharma, Professor Raju Sangal, Professor Yagna Narayan, Professor Vasudev Verma. So this is a journey, as most of us talked about before, but this is the whole journey of LTRC, which all 4 of them will take us through. I request Professor Deepti Mishra Sharma for taking it and hand over the baton as you go along.
So, good morning and welcome. A very warm and heartfelt welcome to you all to this event. LTRC has turned 25 and we are celebrating the joy of turning 25. In this celebration, it is quite apt and natural to stand and look back and see what we did all these years. So it all began on October 1st, 1999, when Akshar Bharati, the team working on NLP, moved from University of Hyderabad to IIITH and founded the first center, as P. Jain said, in IIIT Hyderabad. That's when it began. Akshar Bharati happened to be here in University of Hyderabad, working on a project, Anusara, funded by METI, the team, so they had come from IIT Kanpur, and they had moved from IIT Kanpur to Hyderabad because Hyderabad happened to be a place where some of the top departments of linguistics were there. CIFL had one, FLU. Some of the top people working in the field were in FLU. Osmania University had some of the stalwarts of linguistics, B.H. Krishnamurti, Lakshmibai, etc. And then a very young department or center in University of Hyderabad with next generation well-known linguists. So the team, Akshar Bharati, decided to move to University of Hyderabad and be amongst linguists, of course, with more languages to explore. The team was led by Professor Sangal and Chaitanya ji, we fondly call him, Dr. Vineet Chaitanya. And it had, as the area demanded, as the research problem demanded, being transdisciplinary in nature, people from very diverse background. So there were linguists like me, there were Sanskrit scholars, there were computer scientists, there were statisticians, mathematics. Ambaji has fundamental degree in mathematics. And we also had language experts, we call them, people who were very proficient in their language and could develop resources, Some of them are here with us till now. So that's how it started. So we had Chaitanyaji, Dr. Sangal, Ambaji was part of the team from IIT Kanpur. Deepti Misra Sharma joined it in University of Hyderabad. And the center was supported by Satyam Computer. We had two young scholars of Sanskrit, Srinivas Varkhedeji and Thirumala Kulkarni. Srinivas Varkhedeji today is the Vice Chancellor of National Sanskrit University, and Thirumala Kulkarni is in Karnataka, still pursuing. They were both young Sanskrit scholars who got introduced to computational aspects of Sanskrit and also working on Sanskrit. At this point, I invite Professor Sangal to come, and LTRC had a vision and mission. So I invite Professor Sangal to share that with us.
I'll be very brief and limit myself to the vision and the mission. So when the idea of establishing a research center in IIIT, LTRC came up, then we talked about, what should be the goal? What is it that we want to do? So as part of the vision, there are 3 points which are sort of listed here, but I'll tell you. One is to develop technologies that can move into society. With Chaitanya ji, I got that passion and shared my own passion with that when we do research, our research should be meaningful. It should move and solve people's problems. So technologies that can move, and India being a multilingual paradise, if I can use that word, of the world, where people know multiple languages, they switch naturally. As you walk from one region to another, one area to another, you will learn the language if you walk. But today, of course, you fly, and the time it takes to reach there is a few hours, not a few days or few weeks. Because by that time, you would have learned the language as you were moving. Language is gradually changing. So here we needed now technology help. So what technology can do so that we can use communicate with people. And of course, when we are using reading material, which is in other languages. So that was one very clear goal. The second aspect was we wanted to combine known sources of knowledge that we possess. So whether it is linguistics, whether it is Sanskrit scholarship, Vyakarana, Nyaya, Mimamsa, and of course computing methods, computer science, mathematics, statistics. How all these can be brought together to solve a problem that was extremely difficult. And to share with you frankly, I thought in my lifetime, I'm not going to solve this problem. It's always good to work on a problem that you can't solve, but you can make some little progress. And suddenly, we are today, 25 years later, with a very different scenario. So I thought I'm safe. I'll keep working, enjoying the work. And what PJN mentioned, that few parts will just go into technology, major things will not get done. Then when we established this is a Gandhian thought that, I keep the windows of my room open for different winds and ideas to come into my room, but I refuse to be blown off my feet. So I'm grounded. And in a way, the existing theories of linguistics which were being applied to Indian languages, we thought was doing a disservice. It was like catching your ear, not like this, but going the other way. So the theory should understand, should explain the data in very natural and compact ways. So parsimony is the word that is used. So how theories can be parsimonious. So this was the second element. And the third element was, of course, develop education programs from which a generation of people can come and play their respective role, take the ideas forward. So this was the larger vision. As part of that larger vision, the immediate goal was, that was the time we had been working on theory-based, grammar-based approaches, linguistic and Sanskrit-based approaches. And statistics had come in like a new entry into NLP. Statistics had already played a role in speech and made major advances there. And of course, Professor Raj Reddy is sitting here. So Harpy system, hearsay to Harpy and so on. That was the journey speech followed. So here, similar things were happening. So how to combine the statistical approaches in NLP with the linguistic theory-based approaches. And LTRC actually started with that, trying to combine the two together. So that was the, in a way, the mission of the LTRC. And other elements are sort of written there, bring in people, can do research, can do teaching, and take part in this. And of course, bring out technologies that can go out. So this was the idea with which the LTRC started. I'll not say anything more on other aspects, but yeah.
So thank you, Dr. Sangal, for sharing the vision that LTRC was started off with and the mission that it started on. And hopefully we are still working towards that. So LTRC from a baby grew into an infant and started to walk. And during this period, 99 and 2000, that 1 year itself, see, when we say natural language processing or doing language technologies, what we are trying to do is develop an understanding of how language works and then develop models accordingly. And one of the primary tasks as human beings, we understand and we express using language. So NLU and NLG are two main aspects of language technologies even today. When we do translation, we try to map also the two languages. So this was happening in LTRC at that time. And the project that we were all working on during this period was Anusarak, as I mentioned. And Anusarak itself was a very, not just as Chaitanya ji would say, a project, but a philosophy. And there were certain very conscious decisions that were taken to develop Anusarak. So we, for larger understanding, can call it machine translation, but it was not machine translation. We prefer to call it language accessor. The basics were that theoretical insights to develop the model were from the rich Indian grammatical tradition. So that was drawn, and that really is rich. Also, to be able to do it, develop proper knowledge resources, because as Dr. Sangal mentioned, at that time and PJM, it was still knowledge-based systems that we were working on. And then, of course, knowledge resources like computational grammars, lexicas, and other resources. The driving principle behind this were that technologies that you develop should be for social good, as Dr. Sangal mentioned. So because they are meant to be for social good, they were to be kept in public domain where others can adopt them and take them forward. And for them to be able to take them forward, it was essential that they should be open source. So these were some very fundamental principles which were followed while working on these technologies. Another thing that was core to the entire approach, and Chaitanya ji is very passionate about it, is cooperative effort. That people have to work together in a cooperative manner, largely volunteer, which was difficult to continue, but yes. And the very first year, in 2000, early 2000, we were ready with an English Hindi dictionary because we needed a resource which was copyright free to be able to put it in public domain. So we had to develop it ourselves, and we named it Shabdanjali because this was developed through a cooperative effort. We involved school students, people we knew, our families, anybody we knew was welcome to volunteer in a single entry or 10 entries. And like that, the entire thing was developed, and Richard Stallman released it in 2000 under GPL. And now LTRC as an infant was walking and moving into areas, newer areas. Okay? The infant was learning to walk. Kishore Prahlad, a young researcher from IIT Madras, joined the team for speech research. Vasudev Verma joined the team as an expert in information retrieval and extraction. Radhika Mamadi also joined us. Radhika has 2 phases with us. So this was her first phase with us, where she joined us as a research scientist. Then we did one thing, as Dr. Sangal said. We were, the vision was to kind of get into teaching. So what we did, we started our PhD. That was the first academic program we started, PhD. And this was also of a different type, not the usual one. We opened it to the people from 3 streams or 2 streams, one science technology, so including engineer, and the other humanities with linguistics. And the idea was that scholars, people aspiring to work on a PhD problem from different diverse fields would come together, get a breath into the other area, put through a team effort, will then become the computational linguist that we thought. Because a computational linguist, at least I feel, has to know, of course, the computational aspect, but also the linguistics aspect. So that was the idea here. And then we also started MTech in computational linguistics, and this was supported by METI. It was funded by METI, and MS by research in computational linguistics. These 3 programs we started as early as in 2002. Another thing LTRC did, I mean, it being there and being very active, started what is called NLP Association of India. And this was founded around 2002. The idea was already there. In 2004, it was formally registered. So NLP AI in principle was founded in 2002, but formal registration happened in 2004. Now there is an association, and it has to do, I mean, the association has, it was active, and ICON, an international conference on natural NLP, started in 2002. 21st ICON is there this year, 19th to 22nd December. All of you are invited. It is in AUKBC, Chennai. Professor Arvind Joshi came to attend. I remember Srinivas was also there. And he came to attend, Professor Arvind Joshi, and he was somebody who inspired us and also motivated and, I mean, guided us, I would say, throughout. And he played a very active role, connected LTRC team with international NLP researchers, or Indian team, I should say, with international. So that was Professor Joshi, who has been very important to us. Research during this period, as I said, expanded to IR and thing. At this point, I will invite Vasu to tell us, when he joined LTRC, what was his expectations, what was his vision, and where he feels he is today, or LTRC is today.
Thank you. When Professor Sangal was talking about keeping the windows open and the wind coming in, I was one of those waves that came in and settled as a tree. I would like to reflect on these past 25 years in 3 layers. First layer is academic excellence in terms of the teaching and also in terms of the academic programs. And then the rigor in which all these things were conducted. And then the second layer is all about the culture and relationships. And the third layer is moving from project to the product, actually the impact that we were talking about. So the first layer, I'll be very brief. I will only tell 2 stories. One story is of creating search and information retrieval tools for Indian languages, and then expanding that to cross-lingual information retrieval, cross-lingual information access, and so on. And then the second story is about summarization, which started as a excitement of participating in one competition, ended up being here for 15 years and making some impact. The search, I was actually fortunate, I should mention this. When I joined here as a faculty member, Professor Sangal gave me 3 incredible gifts. One gift is a ready-made lab, information retrieval, search and information retrieval lab at that point in time. Second one is already sanctioned project from Department of Science and Technology on building tools for Indian language search. And the third one is a PhD student, PK. Because of course he was with us for some time and then left, but as a punishment, he's here for a longer time. So now talking about the information retrieval work that was done on Indian languages. So Prasad Pingali, who was my first PhD student who completed his PhD, was working on creating an architecture that processes not just Indian languages, but all agglutinative languages in the world in a very efficient manner by actually breaking the words that are viewed from the information retrieval point of view, not from the traditional NLP point of view. So more efficiency, less time, and scaling it, and so on. So that architecture later kind of became core of a CLIA project that Pushpak was leading, right? His PhD was in that particular part. Then later, this went on to get to 200 languages of the world being processed at the web scale and creating a company called Setu, which is started as a search and extraction technologies unlimited, which went on to become Views and which went on to become News Plus later. So this journey is incredible. There's a lot of learning that happened, and because of a very high quality, rigorous academic work transforming itself in various phases. So again, powering this, these technologies are also powered Rediff to some extent, and then TCA went on to tech transfer to TCS and Department of Space and so on. So this is one story. Besides the paper, the impact that it created. The second story I wanted to talk about is summarization story. Every year at that time, NIST, National Institute for Standards and Technology, used to conduct a conference called DUC, Document Understanding Conference. It was a very prestigious contest, and then who is who of the NLP groups across the world used to participate, including Stanford, Johns Hopkins, IBM, Stanford, and Microsoft, and so on. So, my, again, first MS student, Jagdish Jagarlamudi, was looking for a project, and we are not too sure which was the right one. So we started, why don't we participate in this competition? And then that competition, where we thought being there in that list itself is a great opportunity. We'll learn something. And then we created something that is very simple. And then we expected to be at the bottom of the whole ranking system. But you surprised ourselves in 2005, we were actually ranked as 5th, 3rd, and 8th in various categories of the same run that we have submitted. And this was a surprise. Everybody is surprised. We thought something went wrong in this. Then we did a postmortem on the results that came out. Then we realized that had we not used one complicated aspect, we should have been actually the number 1. Then next year when we tried the same thing, but more importantly, adding more theoretical aspects, actually to explain something that is too simple, working so well, was very difficult to explain to the world. Then that led us to actually look into what is the theory behind it. So we took help of relevance-based language models at that time, and also linking that with hyperspace analog to language. And we developed, a metric that is kind of very, very new at that point in time, that is based on p-hal, probabilistic Hal. And then that kind of led us to maybe about 100 plus research papers, and then maybe about 25 people kind of working on this, and then kind of establishing LTRC as one of the significant places at the global scale. So this is one story again I wanted to share with you. Then briefly about the culture and the relationships. I think without that we would not have really kind of at least enjoyed or had this joyful journey. So the culture is again something that what PJ was also mentioning when Professor Sangal was sitting in that room like most of the day and night, and then the students all surrounding, and then the most important thing is talk about again like some of those things, why this particular word in Telugu is so different in Telangana and Rayalaseema, and how is it compared to like Hindi. These are the discussions that are happening in all the evenings. And like when the whole atmosphere is filled with curiosity, when the whole atmosphere is filled with intellectual inquiry, then there is nothing else that actually stops anybody. So that is the culture. And then in addition to that, looking at again, what is really happening across the world and staying grounded and working on some of those important problems that have societal impact. So the motivational elements and so on. And then having absolutely no hierarchy, whether you are a second year student or a PhD student or assistant professor or a head of the LTRC or the institute, when there is no hierarchy, when there is no limitations in terms of what you can express and so on. So this open culture, I think that's a very important contribution all of us should remember at this point in time. And then the third one, I wanted to briefly mention that, like being an academic setting, why should we be producing our artifacts, whether it is a code or a shipped product and so on, anything that is less than world class? If that mindset comes in, then the sponsors, everybody will actually come back and look for you. They proactively come and approach you. And that's what happened in many, many cases. For example, Nokia funded us at that point in time continuously for about 10, 15 years. And similarly, Microsoft and many other companies. So this particular, the mindset where you want to not really give something to be done with the work that you're, kind of supposed to do, write a project report, publish some papers, not stopping there and going beyond that is a very important mindset. And that kind of led the attitude of taking things from lab to the land, project to the product. I think these are the things that to me characterizes the nature of NLP, LTRC. And then, but it's a time again to see how we can take this up in next 25 years and then make it much bigger, better, and more joyful. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasu. So as I'll just continue at this point, that research core ideas that what some of us were doing was by then, I mean, it was known, of course, knowledge-based systems or rule-based systems have their limitations. And recognizing them is important. So it was recognized. And then data-driven or statistical model systems were there, models were there. So they had their strengths, but they had their own weaknesses. So then how to combine the two to solve the problem in a better way was the core ideas on which our research continued. And other than Anusara, two more projects came where the team working on machine translation started to explore and work. One was, we called it Shakti. Shakti was a module, I should say, an empty system where there were multiple modules. It was a pipeline of modules for analysis, transfer, and generate approach. And many of the modules were statistical because that's how the problem was to be addressed. And some of them were more based on knowledge, so needing lexicon, etc. Another project that started around that time, and this was Professor Raj Reddy's idea, to work on Shiva. We named it Shiva. This later on went to IISc. And in this project, Professor Raj Reddy was there, and Professor Balki from IISc, and some of the team from LTRC. We worked on this. Professor Raj Reddy was there with us for this and mentored. I still remember he would visit and come to the lab and sit with us, and then we would have regular sessions he would address from CMU and discuss the ideas. The outcome of all this was, within this period, so far as Shakti is concerned, some standards, the pipeline itself actually got crystallized, that if you're making an end-to-end empty system, then what modules you need and how to integrate them, that got crystallized during this period. And it also needed, now because we were moving towards data-driven approaches, data needed to be annotated at the point, and what kind of annotations should happen and what should be the standards that should be followed. That also got kind of, one started to think around this time. We also, even now I have that, a sizable corpus of parallel examples, because example-based empty needed that. So we started working on that, and we developed that also as a resource developed. During this period, there was another thing happening, and Professor Ramkrishnamanacharyalu ji from National Sanskrit Vidyapeeth from Tirupati actually spent some time with us, and Paninian grammatical framework, which was already introduced by Akshar Bharati, being the first author book, NLP, A Paninian Perspective, Chaitanya ji and Dr. Sangal were the other authors, was taken up now for actual annotation of dependency tree banks. So that also the idea started to work on, and Professor Ramkrishnacharyalu ji helped us to come up with a proper scheme, because we had some conceptually things were in place, but applying it on real data needed some more thinking. So that started around this time. Sushma Bendre, she was a faculty at University of Hyderabad and a statistician, closely collaborated with the team here because we were also working on statistical methods for developing different modules. 2005 to 2000, that's how I have kind of put it. This is another time period, 2005 to 2008, more things happened. Professor Yagir Narayana joined us. He moved from IIT Madras to IIIT Hyderabad. Suryakant Gangasetti came with him. Currently, he is in KL University, Vijayawada, and still very active in speech technology, TTS being his area. Professor Lakshmi Bai, very dear to many of us, and a well-known scholar and a linguist, also joined us after she retired from Osmania University. Shoma Paul also joined us as a faculty. This period, we introduced more academic programs. So we had MTech and MS, but then students coming from humanities background could neither be graduated with an MTech degree nor with an MS degree. So we said, okay, we need, other than PhD, we need an earlier exit program for such students too. So MPhil program in CL was introduced. We also thought that many students or many people, the field needed large number of people who just needed a skill to translate. So a PG diploma in translation, I mean computational linguistics, where they were given basic skills which they could use for doing some basic jobs like translation and other. We also, during this period, started what is international IASNLP. I don't remember the full form, sorry. But we started school. It was a summer school. So school in NLP. And in 2007, in fact, we had the first one. 17th, we finished in 2024. Next is planned in 2025. So the point is that many of these activities which we started, we've been kind of able to continue with it. And IAS and LP actually became very popular amongst our target audience were undergrad students, MTech. We used to, pick people, undergrad students, PG students, faculty in regional colleges, so that they come, spend some time doing hands-on, learning by doing kind of approach was followed, and go back and maybe continue with NLP in their respective institutes. And actually, quite a few people today tell us, oh, our introduction to NLP happened in our first IAS NLP. So IAS NLP, in a way, started to play its role. Around this time, resources, it was felt, people were talking, oh, linguistics, this keeps happening in the field, okay, every now and then. Linguistics is irrelevant now. So that's what was happening, because rule-based systems were being considered as not really the solution. Data-driven, statistical, basically methods were, and statistical methods need large corpora, no linguistics. Okay, but then it was very soon realized that corpora may be there, but it has to have appropriate linguistic knowledge. So annotations were important, whether you do it manually or automatically or semi-automatically, but it was needed. So that need was required, was recognized, and then there were approaches that were needed. Another thing that happened for us around that time, of course, it was there from the beginning, Indian languages had very, very, very rare representation anywhere digitally. Hindi was the only one which had some. Okay, so having even digital presence or digital resources were there, not there, then annotation cannot happen if you don't have digital resources. So many of these things were recognized, and developing resources for Indian language became a very core thing that we thought we should be doing as a group working in a linguistic paradise like India. I mean, so many languages, very divergent. We say, oh, they are all very similar. No, they are not. One has to understand that also once you get inside. And hardly any digital presence. So we said, we cannot leave our languages behind. And we thought we will develop resources. So another thing that was there, that if you're developing a larger system, there is engineering involved because you have different modules you have to integrate. So engineering is one aspect, but then each module has a linguistic aspect to it. And that linguistic aspect of one module, how does it interact with the linguistic aspect of another module? That itself was a very interesting research problem for us, because you have to bring them now, interface them, and bring them together. So these were some of the interesting ideas that some of us were looking at and working. In the MTNLP lab, that's where the genesis of ILMT called Sampark Systems started, and Swaranlata ji is here. She played a very active role there. These were funded by MIT. These were large consortia projects where CILA, cross-lingual, led by IIT Bombay, ILMT led by IIIT Hyderabad. These were large projects. And another thing that, and also English to Indian languages led by CDAC Pune. These were the large projects which were funded by MIT and work started. See, one thing that when I'm talking of LTRC, somehow I am also talking about national NLP scene, because there were teams and they were all working very closely together. I mean, IIT Bombay always has been. When we work, we are IIT Bombay and IIIT Hyderabad. Somehow, now we are working with CDAC Pune, CDAC Noida. I mean, we are all AUKBC. We are all working together all the time. So it's like a large family of teams located in different institutes but working together. So these projects actually started that coming together also. One of the interesting project, and Srinivas had a role there, was there was this NSF USA funded project on what is called, what the idea was multi-layered tree bank, where bottom layer was dependency, then prop banking. I mean, these are technical terms, so I'm sorry about it, but I'm just saying, and the top one constituency. These were different layers of taking sentences and annotating them with the grammatical analysis at different level, let's say. And this was NSF funded, Hindi Urdu, and that work also started around this time in 2007, I think. The major outcomes of all these activities during this period were different level of linguistic annotation in a way started to get taking shape, and standards started to evolve, and dependency annotation within Paninian grammatical framework also got more crystallized and was accepted in the NSF project. So that became the basic. Yeah. So at this point, maybe I'll just quickly go through this CLIA. So this Vasu has already talked about the research, that the direction that information retrieval took. And then, so speech technologies also, the work was happening. And I would invite Professor Yagnarayana at this point to tell us about the speech technology that was happening at LTRC and has been happening.
Yeah, I think I can handle. Good morning. So nice to be here in this hall where I played a role in designing a part of it. And although Deepti and others were mentioning about LTRC activities in the past 25 years, what I would like to tell is what happened much before that, almost 50 years before. That is, I have been in this area of speech for the past 55 to 60 years now. And when PJN was mentioning Narendra Ahuja, I was just remembering I taught him. He was my student in 1975, 76. And of course, there are many of my students. My students are here. My students have already retired. So what I propose, see, this is my role is to talk about speech. I am so immersed in the speech activity. In fact, when I look at this, always people think that language means set of symbols and characters and script like this. No. Language is meant for communication among people. It doesn't have any script. It doesn't have even a text. It is simply an understanding between a few communities, and mostly language is spoken form. And I think Raj Reddy realized that. I think his PhD thesis was on speech, if I'm right, from Stanford, and spoken form. So what happened was, in 1980, when I returned from CMU, I was at CMU, Professor Raj Reddy, for almost 2 to 3 years. And I learned a lot from him. And when I came back, I thought, what do I do? I didn't know. I didn't have a place to go. I was working as a visiting scientist in space research department. Dhawan asked me to spend some time and see if I can settle there. No, I didn't. I was spending time in writing a proposal on speech translation from one Indian language to another. This is what I did during my 6 month stay in 1980 at ISRO. And why did I have to do? That was all again motivation of my association with Raja Reddy and that's at CMU. And when I come back and see around, talk to people and let us say people on the road and so on, villages and so on, they speak, they communicate. And India is not a multilingual society, not because there are distinct languages. Actually, India is a single country. Language is a continuum. Language is not a distinct entity. Only when you write a script, it becomes an identity. Otherwise, it is a continuum. In fact, when I came to Hyderabad 20 years ago, I could not understand, although my native language Telugu, I could not understand a bit of what people are talking in my apartment, servants and so on, because I could not understand Telangana dialect. You see, so obviously, although I am Telugu, they are also Telugu and so on. So the interesting point here is when you go, especially North India, when you go, it's amazing. Because you see a lot of literacy there, but people converse. You see, so language is in spoken form, and there is no distinction between one language to another and so on in a spoken form. And we have to see now the point here is where do we stand here? How can technologies help in overcoming the communication barriers among people in India? That is the goal I have set in 1980. I wrote a proposal, and of course, I didn't give it to anybody else, but based on the proposal at TIFR, they evolved a program called KBCS, although it is not. It has nothing to do with speech translation. KBCS project, which DIT or MIT has funded and so on, although I was not part of it, but that motivated. But then at that time, I joined IIT Madras. I was established, I was working in a speech lab. At a time, there were about 30 people working and 4 or 5 faculty members associated. But I realized the importance of language. I was interacting with the CIAL, Professor Annamalai and so on in Mysore. I was interacting with ML Tatachar of Melkote, Sanskrit department. I was interacting with Nagamma Reddy and Ramakrishna Reddy of Usman University and JNU and so on. Linguists. I was interacting with the linguists and seeing what way we can merge with them and speech research can grow with them. So that I'm not interested in anything, communication barriers among people and so on, not the educated people like us and so on. That was the motivation. In fact, I even invited Professor Narayan Rao of CFL to give a series of lectures in our speech lab on Panini and grammar for almost 1 week. You see, so somehow, but of course, I was not very successful in integrating language with my speech as much as I would have liked to, but then something has happened. Professor Rajiv Sangal invited me to IIT Kanpur. I don't remember exact year, but it was in the middle of 80s and so on. Why would a computer scientist invite me to give a talk in speech and so on? I just kept scratching my head. And then I went there and I saw really a spark in him, his passion for work in languages and his importance of speech in developing the languages and so on. See, that is spoken language. That is how I saw. And of course, at that time, I really felt, although he is much younger to me, but later, 30 years later, I retired from IIT Madras. I thought I will peacefully retire and so on. These two people, Raj Reddy and Rajiv Sangal, didn't let me retire. Rajiv Sangal, I didn't even accept. He said, Professor Ignana is joining IIIT and so on. That is how these people have sort of, I must say, forced me to join. But then, of course, he also gave me so much freedom. I enjoyed my stay here from 2006. In fact, I retired from IIT Madras on July 31st, 5 o'clock, and 1st August early morning I was here joining this one. So that was the association with this. And of course, Professor Rajesh Sangal was so nice that he didn't put any pressure on me. He said, you do what you like. And that gave me more. Of course, I'm basically a speech person, speech signal processing and so on. I slowly, within 3-4 years, already Kishore was SP Kishore was there. He was my student, MS student at the IIT Madras. And then a few others joined immediately later. And we had a speech group here of about 30 to 40 people at a time, working in both MS and PhD students. And we were working on many speech projects, especially one of the favorite projects, I think, Swarnalata here, she was responsible to phonetic engine. I was very keen. Notice that I always feel spoken form. What is unit for a spoken form? Phonemes are not units. Phonetics, phonetic units. What are the phonetics units? We don't know. We have to study a lot. In fact, she funded a project on phonetic engineering, consortium project and so on. Although for 5 years, thanks again for Dr. Sonlata and Maiti for supporting that. That is how the speech activity. Apart from that, of course, I am basically a signal processing person because the freedom given by Rajiv and so on, believe it or not, many new ideas came in speech research. You may not like my using the word zero frequency filtering and single frequency filtering. These are all the techniques Anil and others are using, and many researchers at least in India are using and so on. They originated here. They are all original ideas in speech processing. You see, and so apart from that, I know other members of the speech group, Kishore and others, they had a lot of tools for speech to text and text to speech in Indian language and so on during that period. Although I was not in in that process and so on. So, and the speech group has, I can't count exactly, must be during my 10 or 15 years period here, we must have produced about 200 plus papers and about 20 PhDs and several 30, 40 MS and so on. And now it is growing. I say, thanks to Anil and Chiranjeevi that are carrying the burden and also doing fantastic things. I keep interacting with them on and off and so on. And especially, please note that it is very important to understand the problem, not dilute the problem itself. You see, so that is how the speech has grown here, and I'm very happy to see that LTRC has grown along with the speech and information extraction and because language technology together. My dream is somehow these things should gel into a form where it can reduce the communication barriers among people in India. You see, notice that again, as I keep telling, language is not script. And in fact, the technology, the way it is evolving, most people forgot how to write. And in fact, many more people maybe in future may not even be able to read. But still you need to communicate. And that is where spoken form needs to be gelled with language. There is no separate distinction to language technology, speech, information technology. All of them are together into one to reduce the communication barriers among people. Goal. So yeah, I hope the LTRC has done a tremendous job. My dream is there should not be in the next 24 years, not one LTRC. There should be at least 100 LTRCs in the country. With LTRC, this is a model. And that is how LTRC grows, not as one single institution growing and so on. And I hope people don't misunderstand me by saying I would like this LTRC to remain as LTRC, not LT or LTDC. Not Language Technology Development Center, but Language Technology Research Center. That's what it is. And so finally, I would like to say that if you can't reach the goal, don't adjust the goal, adjust the action steps. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Yagnarayana. So I still have many more years to go. So I will probably go past a few of them. Amongst the projects listed here, I would say this one is something which I remember and was quite exciting because this was a reading aid for visually impaired, which I still remember was demonstrated and was working well. So this was a major achievement during this period that the speech group had. Of course, you will see throughout, I mean, the slides will be there, that whatever technology was developed through research, much of it was also transferred to users in some form or the other. So 2009 to 2014 here, Radhika Mamidi, who had left us in between, came back. And Manish Srivastav joined us. 2 more faculty. Anil joined the speech group. Peri Bhaskar Rao, who was, I would say, one of the top. And very few amongst linguists are people who work on phonetics and phonology. Syntax is a very popular field in linguistics. Phonetics and phonology are not. By the way, my PhD is in phonology, which I don't remember much, or I do. But Peri Bhaskar Rao, who was one of the top scholars in the field of phonetics and phonology, joined the group. And Professor Yegnarayana is here, and he was an amazing figure. If he would stand and produce sounds, because that's one of the skills phoneticians have, to produce any possible human speech sounds that humans can produce, he was very good at it. He joined the speech group here. Aditi Mukherjee, again, we were very good. Aditi Mukherjee was there in Osmania University. And she worked in the field of social linguistics. That's what I say, and she says no. And also literacy, and of course other aspects of linguistics. She was in Osmania, and then we brought her here. So she joined us. She has been with us ever since. This is what I would like to talk about here. In 2009, so we already had PG level programs, academic programs going, but we felt that the field needed a synthesis of knowledge from 2 very different divergent domains. And if it is done at a younger age, it may work out better, because if I am a linguist, I think like a linguist, I don't understand the language of a computer scientist. Okay. And if I am a computer scientist, I don't understand what these linguists ask. And linguists think that these computer scientists just don't understand anything, want to use something. Computer scientists think these linguists work on problems which are not needed actually and can be. So to have a dialogue between domains was very important. And for doing that, our other programs were doing, there was an attempt, but at this point, we thought, let us start them young. And we introduced CLD, which is Computational Linguistics Dual Degree Program. And in IIIT, Dual Degree Program were already there. So in this program, a student would get BTech in Computer Science and MS in Computational Linguistics. Something new that we tried to attempt here and failed was to bring in students from humanities, because generally, to get into a computer science program, you have to be a science student till +2. And we said for linguistics, computational linguistics, your maths need to be strong. You should have interest in languages. Your aptitude should be in that. So why not pick students who are in humanities and have higher maths and bring them here? I said we failed because we didn't get any applications. I don't know for what reason, but we did open it, and I think we should continue to keep it open and hope to get some students from that background to break again these strong boundaries that we create between disciplines. It's important. Another thing we started, and this is, I don't see Monojit here. PLO is Paninian Linguistic Olympiad for school kids. And this was started in 2009 by a single person for her child in Bombay. Then MSR, Bangalore, stepped in, Monojit and Kalika. And in 2012, I was roped in. And in 2014, we started, IIIT started to hold the PLO in collaboration with other institutes. Monojit continued to play an important role. So around this time, we extended, because we were just trying to spread linguistics, and we said, let's let it go to school kids too. Machine translation, we worked in these areas. I mean, Sampark systems were mature by then. We delivered, and one startup came up from the ILMT effort, and we also started now extending from in Hindi, Urdu to other Indian languages, the dependency tree bank. Search engines, there were projects where summarizers, and as Vasu mentioned, many of those summarizers and work done continued to win top positions in different contests, and personalized search engine came in around this time. Outcomes were Setu, became Views, as Vasu said, and another startup, Akshar, speech started. In speech technologies, many projects were still happening. You can see a long list and funded by different things. Outcome was ASR and TTS for Telugu were there. These are all very challenging problems. So anytime you reach a point, it's an achievement. During this period, we continued. Social media had opened up new areas because suddenly there was so much language. Professor Yagnarayana emphasized the importance of speech, because speech is the thing. Language is not script, as he said. It's what we speak. And social media gave a good representation of what we speak, and a lot of other things came. So this opened up, and MT NLP research team, we started to work on code mix in India. That's very common. Also, when there are not enough resources, how do we still develop solutions? Was another area we started to explore around this time. Then there were, these explorations were there. Sampark systems, that is ILMT 18, were developed, which were pipeline based. Tree banks came up, and Hindi tree bank was released in ACL 2015 to the people out there. Fake news became an area of interest to the IR group, and Vasu and his team started to look at fake news and hate speech, which was actually becoming problematic for the society around this time. Social media was bringing it, and it was becoming problematic. So technology suite Fake-O-Meter was launched, and all these technologies were transferred to various groups who wanted to use. In speech technologies, development of speech recognition algorithms, airborne control system happened. And when you're speaking a language and you're switching from one language or speaking another language, identifying the language itself is a problem. So that was also happening. And what came out of this research was a voice interface to aircraft through Hall. Okay, so that also happened. So what you would see in this journey is research and how it went to the field. Research and how it went to the field, as that was the vision of LTRC. 19 to 14, we had more faculty members. Chiranjeevi joined us. Rahul Mishra joined us. Parameshwari Krishnamurthy, is Parameshwari here? Huh? Oh, she's there. Okay. Joined us. She was in University of Hyderabad and moved to us. And Raja joined us. Around this time, there was a major shift in the way people were working on languages. Suddenly, huge data and neural networks to train the model. Again, linguistics was not important, only data was important, and now annotated data was irrelevant. Okay, this is what was happening around this time. And yeah, but what it needed was powerful compute infrastructure. Okay, so if you have all the GPUs sitting there, you can develop beautiful models. How do you find methods that without that infrastructure, you still develop solutions? That should be a problem. Focus areas, I moved to, yeah. Focus areas were then speech-to-speech machine translation system. Professor Yagnarayana was talking about all these technologies coming together. So around 2018, discussion on that started. In fact, Professor Sangal had gone for a meeting to Delhi in 2018, sometimes October, September, and came back and he met Vijay Raghavan. He was the principal scientific advisor. And there was a discussion that for educational content, in higher educational content videos, we should have some way of bringing it into Indian languages, because there was a large population of Indian students who wanted it in their respective languages because they were not comfortable in English. So this is speech-to-speech translation idea was kind of being discussed, and training models with low resource, and develop technologies which in an Indian situation make a difference in areas, domains. Healthcare. Healthcare is a major area in India where these solutions will make a difference. Judiciary, again, it will make a difference. Education, as I said, it will make a difference. Agriculture, people include. So go to any area and having multilingual, being multilingual, these technologies will make a difference on actual ground in India. And so we thought, the discussion started, why not work towards it? So, as I said, a need was felt, and a brainstorming meeting on SSMT was conducted at IIIT Hyderabad, I still remember 31st January 2019. We had, and Swaranlata was there, and she was still there in MIT, and a lot of, researchers, industry people, even users. I remember we had some people from hospitals, we had some people from other areas, startups, everybody joined, officials joined, and it was a very major one-day event, morning till evening. A lot of discussions happened, and the outcome was a national mission was announced for SSMT by Principal Scientific Advisor's Office in March 2019 itself. And in 2020, the Indian budget announced the funding for this project. This is what led to Bhashini. So speech to speech, and this is where now the group which was working on machine translation this far was working with textual data, and now we said, okay, let us have spoken language input, and we realized, no, our models don't work. Because a spoken language is very different from written language. A spoken language has properties which written language doesn't have. So new ideas, new challenges, newer problems to work on. And what happened was, we were lucky because Ministry of Education at that time, MHRD, approached us. I think they wrote to PJN, and I also got a mail, if we could translate some SWAYAM courses, because Prime Minister in some speech had announced that all this educational content will be available to the people in their respective languages. So initially, we are not translation service. We didn't want to take it up. But then when we were looking at speech to speech, we thought, let us, because that will give us an understanding of the real feel of the data. So we took the project up, SWAYAM project, and we translated about 80 courses. 80 courses were translated into 8 Indian languages. We did it in collaboration with the onboard CDAC Noida and AUKBC. And at the same time, there were 2 pilot projects which came to IIIT. One watched the speech-to-speech translation, full integration, and led by IIIT Hyderabad, and all other institutes were members. This was funded by PSA, and a MIT funded project on English, Hindi, Telugu machine translation. This was pilot to Bhashini. And these were the outcomes. Pipeline, actually, speech-to-speech was integrated, and we knew it can work. So feasibility was proven within a year's time. And of course, the courses were translated. Himangi came to IIIT as the lead institute with 11 other institutes to work on Indian language to Indian language machine translation, which is a module in the ASR MT TTS pipeline. So that also work started. Outcome of this part is that today we have state-of-the-art empty models. Some of us, it will be released today. Large corpora for different domains in Indian languages. Now we have that. Bhashini is, as I said, national mission project announced in 2020 by the Ministry of Finance, but earlier by PSA. And this IIIT is playing a major role. I have not included OCR because this is LTRC and OCR is in CVIT, but there are 7 projects which LTRC is a part of. Himangi, LTRC is leading, but then 6 others where LTRC is a member. Pushpak is leading one project, LTRC is a part. IIT BHU is leading a project. University of Hyderabad, so like that, all these. Also, one thing happened in very recent, this thing, Bhashini Engineering Unit has been established in IIIT because researchers are developing models or solutions, but then they have to be productized. And researchers cannot be expected to do that. So that part now Prakash is sitting there. Their team has got that. This I have included, though this is not part of LTRC. So IIRL launched Project Angel to understand social media toxicity in social media and development of generating insight. So this is another very important project that IIRL group is doing of developing Wikipedia pages. So this is another major activity that's been going on. Indic Wiki project. Outcome of this project is 1 million Telugu Wikipedia pages and 1 lakh Hindi Wikipedia pages. So this is the outcome of that project. And another startup, which is Manish and others have started, is Subtle AI. Okay, that has been founded during this period. Speech technologies, of course, has been, again, you can see so many projects going on. And what they have done, this is another thing worth mentioning, through crowdsourcing, they have developed speech data funded by a project by METI, and its outcome is 2,000 hours of Telugu data. It's speech data, okay? Then stutter detection and waveform wizard tools. So these are some of the final activities. So to conclude, research part, major research are core NLP parsing, shallow parsing, etc. I mean, different kind of tools, machine translation, then summarization, question answering, dialogue systems, sentiment analysis, humor detection, speech technologies, ASR, TTS, and prosody in speech, that is Chiranjeevi's area of interest, Indian language resource creation, annotated corpora is part of Indian language. Knowledge representation is another area in which some of our faculty like Manish and Shoma are working on. And universal semantic representation and knowledge representation go hand in hand. So these are the areas that some of our faculty are working. Applied grammar is an interesting part, and I hope Sukudha and Shoma will talk about it tomorrow in their talk, which is taking what we did during Anusarak to the schools. That's the core idea here. We have adjunct faculty, Bharat, Monojit, Peter Shah, Sandeepan, Vanshi, Manish Gupta, and Niyati Chaya. So we collaborate and they mentor students. We work together. And on the way in this journey, now last part, those who made a difference to whatever we were doing are our students, the ones who graduated. Those who are here, are not counted here. 50 plus PhD, 100 plus MS, 226 plus dual degree, and 25 plus around 30 or more others like MPhil, diploma, etc. Our collaborators, we've been collaborating in academia with other institutes, universities, national and international, industry, and also other organizations such as DRDO. So all these collaborations actually enrich what we are doing. Our language experts sitting there, who have been with us, some of them more than 25 years, and have done different kind of language data creation, including dependency annotation, translation, POS tagging, anything, error detection in anything. You just give them a week and then they are experts and then they train. So what they have done is not just the resource creation on which we all depend in LTRC, but they have also trained many people in other institutes in this job. Nandini, Alpana, Preeti, Sarita, Anita, I mean, all of them. I would like to take their names, spend some time, because very often we don't recognize them. Anjum, Kiran Kapoor, Samina, Yunus, Noman, Majid, Kaberi Sahu, Kaberi Mitra, Vani, Shailaja, Sarala, Krutika, Krutisha, Vaibhavi, and Naresh Bansal. Two more people who contributed initially are Nisha Sangal and Rajni Moona. In the initial years of LTRC, both of them played an important role for people like us. They would be there. Anything I needed, I would go to Nisha and tell her, Nisha, I need this. She would write a script and I'll have my thing. Rajini was there. We had developed an evaluation for Shakti machine translation and she worked on it. With Rajini, I know every morning she'll be there. Deepti, this has to be done now. How do I said, I feel like there is a genie on me every morning. I have to find something for the genie. But like that, they made a difference. Those who are very special to us and to many people sitting here, Rambabu, Srinivas Rao, and Lakshmi Narayan. Many of us, they are very, very special. Praveen, who's here with us, he didn't want his name to be included here, but he is special. We acknowledge Professor Arvind Joshi, who played who played a very important role. Dr. Swaran Lata, sitting here amongst us. And we're really thankful that she took time out and joined us today. And METI for its grants that it has been giving us for 20 plus years. DRDO, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Social Justice, industry partners like Yahoo, Microsoft, TCS, Adobe, and many more. LTRC office assistants who've been with us at some point or the other. K. Satish, Namrata, Mahinder, Kumar Swami, Ashwini Nanda. He was a manager for one of the projects, and P. Kishore. We really miss these people. Professor Lakshmi Bai, Professor Arvind Joshi, and Himani. She was a PhD student with us for quite some time, but more, because she also worked on Shabdanjali, she started to work on, and on many language data. And we lost her before she could finish her PhD. Because of her health issues, she could not do it within time, and we have lost her, so we feel sad about it. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Deepti. So the infant became a 24-year-old person with lots of aspirations now. So that was lots of information from people speaking in the inaugural session. And that also means we need tea for the rest of the session. So we'll head for a tea break and we gather here within 10 minutes. So just to mention people who are new, people may have been familiar with Nilgiri building. Those who have come today where IIIT has grown much bigger. There are washrooms on that end for people sitting there. For people sitting here, washrooms are in Vindhya building and tea is outside. Plus, please be back within 10 minutes for the remaining part of the inaugural session. 11:40. So we will start with felicitation of Professor Vinitji, followed by talks. Thank you.
Got it. Oh, thank you.
Can you hear that? Can you hear?
Hello, 1, 2, 3.
So, uh, so could I please request everyone to settle down? So we'll start with the next session. We are running a little behind time, which means a delayed lunch. So we'll get started now with the next session, which is a felicitation session. A milestone like today's is also a time to remember and honor those persistent efforts which predate perhaps many of the institutional and academic efforts that you will hear about today. This particular session is one of those. I would request now Dr. Rajiv Sangal to please step onto the dais to initiate the felicitation proceedings for the Akshar Bharati group represented here by Dr. Vineet Chaitanya. Sir, please.
It's my pleasant duty to introduce in this felicitation function Akshar Bharati group, and in particular as part of Akshar Bharati, Dr. Vineet Chaitanya. So I was told I should say a few words about Dr. Vineet Chaitanya and then the approach with which he has been working in this area and indeed in his own whole life. So Dr. Vineet Chaitanya was born in 1944 in Saurashtra and brought up in Ratlam, Madhya Pradesh. He completed his MTech and PhD in electrical engineering from IIT Kanpur in 1973. Those were the days when systems thinking, systems engineering, system science was a new area. And he worked under the guidance of Professor Keshwan and Professor Agache. And incidentally, Professor Keshwan headed the world's first academic program in University of Waterloo on systems theory. The dean there flew to IIT Kanpur to recruit him to head that department and the new program that was started. Dr. Chaitanya, worked with systems theory, mathematics, and theoretical aspects of electrical engineering. He then became a faculty member in BITS Pilani from 1973 to 1982. In 82, he joined Chinmay Mission and became a sannyasi. He took permission not to wear saffron clothes and instead said, I want to be in academic institution. I would like to wear white clothes. So that permission was given to him. And in Chinmay Mission, of course, Siddhabadi 2 years course. And that was the time. So I had returned from US in 1982 and joined faculty of IIT Kanpur. Then he came there to work on Sanskrit and language. And in Kanpur, I'd come back from US in AI and programming languages and also knowledge representation. And that time I said, no, I should work in language processing. And then Dr. Chaitanya joined at that time. And he said, interestingly, he said, my teaching is very bad. I can't teach. BITS Pilani tried to improve my teaching and they failed. When they collected feedback forms, they said, no, this faculty member's teaching needs to improve. She said, then they organized courses for those faculty members who can't teach very well. And years later, when I was talking to Dr. Vijay Chandru, co-inventor of Simputer, if you recall, there was a big... Simputer was, 20 years or 15 years ahead of its time. It was a smartphone today, if you want to use a term. Smartphone with language, with no keyboard, with only language and stylus. So he said, Dr. V.S. Rathod is with you. I said, who is Dr. V.S. Rathod? He said, he was a fantastic teacher. I did my BTech from BITS Pilani. I said, but who is Dr. Rathod? He said, no, he had become a sannyasi. So I said, Dr. Vineet Chaitanya. He said, yes, that is the name he took. And he said, his teaching was fantastic. So you see, Dr. Vineet Chaitanya was a thinker who could connect very different areas together, which only the gold medalist could understand. Vijay Chandru was the gold medalist who did Bits Pilani, who went to MIT, did PhD in operations research, and then came back to IISc Bangalore and started this imputer effort along with 3 other people. So these are things I think we need to understand. In this age of big data, sometimes we forget the special things, pearls that are hidden there in this. So whenever there was any presentation needed, he said, "Nee, aap kariye, you present." And many times his ideas, sometimes intense discussion in our lab when we were working. My wife used to say, "You two of you, you argue so much, you disturb all the other people," because there was this one big hall, and you disturb everybody in the hall. And these are, some of them are younger people. They think these people are fighting with each other. But that was a time, you know. But then they say, yes, they felt assured there's difference in view. Matbhed hai, lekin manbhed nahi hai. In heart we are one, but opinion we may differ. And through those discussions, many new ideas emerged. And I got introduced to Sanskrit and computing because of Chaitanya ji. Otherwise, I would have, done the usual NLP, but Chaitanya ji introduced Sanskrit and Panini and connected all that. So when we moved to Hyderabad in 1995, so Dr. Chaitanya moved in 94, and then he made sure that I have to move also, and my wife still holds him responsible for this movement from Kanpur to Hyderabad. She loves it also now, but at that time she says, "Aapne humko disturb kar diya hai." And Dr. Chaitanya, that after moving here, then IIIT was coming up, and we moved here as part of 1999, when IIIT had just been 1 year old. The group moved here, and later it was Language Technology Research Center. That's how it started. And Dr. Chaitanya spent time for a few months in Bhopal. He was always, look around what needed to be done, and he would move there. He spent almost 2 years in Tirupati in 2004 to 2007, if I'm not wrong, and trying to train the young Sanskrit scholars into computation, and also discussing with a very famous, of course, the Vyakaran Ramakrishna his name is mentioned, and with Prahladachari, who is a famous specialist of Navya Nyaya, logic, very elaborate scheme of logic, that is. So discussing things with him. And now, at this stage in his life, he started new areas. He's looked at the origin of periodic table, how Mendeleev arrived at, that arrangement of elements in chemistry, which transformed chemistry. It turns out, he's gone into historical records, that Mendeleev was in the same wing, working in Germany, I think, with another colleague who was an expert or knowledgeable about Panini. And the way Panini had organized the sounds, Mendeleev took that idea and organized the elements in chemistry. So the organization of sounds, the Maheshwar Sutra, gave you now a way of understanding how these sounds work, and more importantly, how the theory based on it operates, that is the Paninian grammar. And in the case of Mendeleev, he got this idea that there must be an arrangement of elements. And he did that, and he saw that pattern, which is today known as the periodic table. And you look at vertically, and he'll tell you the nature of the element. So nature of the sound that Panini discovered had an influence 2,300 or 400 years later on Mendeleev. So that is one thing. So this has been identified by Kiparsky, very famous Sanskrit linguistics author in Stanford, who has identified this connection between Mendeleev and the Paninian table. So chemistry and language, how ideas theory travels from one area to another. And more recently is working on category theory, mathematics and language. And nothing to stop him. Now, just a few things about themes that he has followed in his life. Apart from Gita and Karma, that my duty is to keep doing, and fruits are for everybody, not for me. So the themes in his life, emerging out of that, application of knowledge to solve contemporary problems. So he's willing to take Panini as well as category theory. And I'm sure if some new things come up, he'll just take them and put them in solving a problem. Second, academic research must connect with real life. So we in academia owe it to people of India who is supporting us. And similarly elsewhere, I suppose, the academic research must lead to benefits that go in solving real life problems. Third theme is man-machine combination. Technology frequently is not ready to solve a problem. Then you partition the problem, say what part can be done by the human being and what part can be done by machine. And you build a synergistic system where impossible things can be done, but with a combination. So this man-machine combination. And lastly, involving this collaboration and openness. What I discover doesn't belong to me, belongs to everybody. And in solving a problem, we work collaboratively. In this count, I want to give an example that this was year 2004, 5, 6. For about 2.5 years, all funding to language research was stopped by ministry. And the reason was the minister, I won't name the minister, he had gone on a world trip. It stopped on his way back in Israel. And he said, they showed me automatic system in which you speak in Hebrew and you'll hear in English. Tried to convince him that actually there are people who are doing it in a gathering. If you're doing this, there are trained interpreters who do this. He says, no, I have seen it. So unless we produce it, no funds to be given out. And that was the time when a committee was formed about what can be done for promoting research in the country, which will lead to products which can go out. I was a member of that committee. And one idea that I tried to push, which got accepted, was that you always fund individual small projects. Now, technology doesn't get built that way. It gets built by collaboration. And you require linguistics knowledge, you require computing. In case of speech, you require signal processing. So you must put groups together. And that idea, because secretary himself was the chair, he understood that idea. He said, let's do it, let's try it. And then was born the consortium mode of funding projects. And there we had introduced also have industry partners. That part was not accepted. So it became consortium of academic institutions, and through other means you try to transfer your technology. So that became a dominant mode of funding for language technology and speech. So different groups can participate. So in Bhashini, there are consortium projects, but if you count, there are, I think, 73 research groups working in Bhashini, belonging to about 32 institutions, which is not common. And if those 32 institutions were to do it independently, they can't do it. And when we are talking of different areas and an area like language, then close working together is necessary, which can happen inside a consortium project, not separate projects doing separately, and then you try to plug them together. So I think that idea grew out of that. And lastly, collaboration should not limit itself to only researchers, but anybody and everybody who wants to communicate, participate. So crowdsourcing. So crowdsourcing developed, and Shabdanjali, I noticed that Deepti ji, when she was presenting, she would mention other people's roles, but her own role she was not mentioning. So Shabdanjali is an effort for which, she spent in Ratlam, Indore, spent 1 month, 2 months working with school children in developing the dictionary. And this became the Shabdanjali dictionary later. So and this was done by hundreds of school children. And then, of course, it needed 1 year of editing after that. But that was a truly free dictionary which became available to everybody, and it was launched in 2000. And similarly, in other places also, you did not mention your own. You mentioned the activity, but you did not mention your own contribution. So this is Akshar Bharati, where you contribute without self. And if you do that, you have satisfaction, and it is for others to acknowledge. So Akshar Bharati concept, I think, is what Dr. Vineet Chaitanya, earlier Dr. V.S. Rathod, now we know him as, as Dr. Vineet Chaitanya. So he pioneered that idea, and that, of course, Bourbaki was the other. He says it is. So he fashioned it after two things. Bourbaki was this name in Hungary, I think, in Europe, France. But people, mathematicians who would publish papers with Bourbaki. Bourbaki is a name for the group. So similarly, Akshar Bharati. So our publications for years had Akshar Bharati as the first author. We didn't write only one name because journal would ask, who is he? And so on. So that it was fashioned out of that. Second idea that was taken was from Shakti, goddess Shakti, Durga. When something difficult needed to be done, then different devatas, the gods, gave their things to Shakti to go and accomplish this work. And they gave the best of what they had. And Akshar Bharati is in that similar spirit. Because Dr. Vineet Chaitanya said, no, I'm not going to accept unless you say it is for Akshar Bharati. So is the inspiration behind Akshar Bharati, Dr. Vineet Chaitanya. I think he should be, next. So we'd ask him to come here. Yeah.
May I please also request Dr. Pushpak Bhattacharya and Dr. Amba Kulkarni to please come onto the stage for the felicitation. So Dr. Pushpak Bhattacharya was the first student, I'm told, of Dr. Vineet Chaitanya, and Dr. Amba Kulkarni has worked for a long time along with him. May I request Dr. Amba Kulkarni to please say a few words about the Akshar Bharati journey?
Namaste. Many of you at IIIT might have seen Chaitanya ji, but would not have close acquaintance with him. Today I'm going to share some of my reflections on almost 35 years, yes, 3 tapas of my association with him. Sometimes in 1989, I came across one article by Professor Rajiv Sangal and Vineet Chaitanya ji in computer science, I think, on use of Panini's grammar for language analysis. And though I was a mathematics student, I had deep interest in languages. My father used to teach me mathematics of language and language of mathematics. So this is how I got interested in both mathematics and languages. And when I read that article, I wrote to Professor Sangal that I would like to visit IIT Kanpur and like to work with their team in this field. And reply didn't come from Rajiv Sangal, but it came from Vineet Chaitanya. I was a bit confused. Who is this person? Why he has written to me and all. But then I visited in 1989 the Kanpur lab and met both of them. And in 1990, I decided to quit my job, regular job of lecturership, and I joined their group. So since 1990, I have been working very closely. I had been working very closely with Professor Sangal and Chaitanya ji, and later on, when I came to Hyderabad, again, Dipti ji joined us. Well, about Akshar Bharati, of course, Professor Sangal has told, but let me put it in Chaitanya ji's words, what Akshar Bharati is. Akshar Bharati is a personification of a group working on NLP with special emphasis on Indian languages, giving due attention to the traditional Indian theories of grammar and language. And the Devata, the goddess which Professor Sankal was mentioning is nobody else but Mahishasuramardini, who wanted to kill Mahishasura and all the Devatas. So actually, this goddess came into existence by with the synergy of energies from Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesha, and all the Devatas gave their best. And then Mahishasuramardini could kill Mahishasura. Chaitanya ji always says that whatever is done, whatever, actually all the ideas, whatever we are doing, are originated mostly from Chaitanya ji. But he does not want him to be publicized. He remains away from the publicity. This is something very, very natural for a human being who is trained in Indian tradition. Look at the Vedas. We say Vedas are apaurushaya, but in Vedas also, there are various suktas which are attributed to different rishis. So I would say the NLP part which we are working on, the following the Paninian tradition, this is attributed to Chaitanya ji, who is the Rishi, who is the Drashta. Some of the things which I would like to tell about the personality, about his contribution to NLP, many of you know, but about his personality, one thing which I have observed with him is he identifies the right talent for any job. So suppose somebody is interested in working on NLP, he tries to see how we can grab him and associate that person with our group. So he looks at the positive points which he can bring, positive aspects which he can bring to our group. And while even identifying the talent in various students who approach him for work, he starts with the toughest question and he sees what is exactly his level, and then accordingly he forms a group of people who can assist, who can work together to address the problem. He is very good in reading the mind also. The moment you start saying something, he knows what you are going to say and he stops you in between and immediately he will take over. He would have understood your Purva Paksha. If you ask him, no, I wanted to say, he said, yes, I know you wanted to say this. And then he will argue for it if he does not agree with what you are saying. What I found little difficult with him to work on is he moves from one concept to one idea to another very quickly. He jumps from one concept to another. And for me, unless I myself am sure that it does not work, I don't want to move away from that. But he would have seen that, no, it will not work. It will work only up to this. And then later on, you will need some other features. And therefore, he would jump from one thing to the other. This is something I found little difficult. And then in 2006, when I got an opportunity to join Central University in Sanskrit department, which was my passion, I joined there. But still, IIIT is something like a mica for me. It's coming back to mother's place. So I will not say anything more. Professor Professor Sangal and Dipti ji have already mentioned about Chaitanya ji's contribution, but I wanted to share some of my experiences with him. That's it.
Hey, namaskar and good morning to all of you. First of all, I'm very thankful to IIIT and LTRC to give me this opportunity to be present in this Silver Jubilee celebration of LTRC. I have been associated with LTRC for a very long time. And, there are umpteen number of projects, research collaborations where we have been interacting. Now, as has been said, I was the first master students of Vinitji. It was a long association of about, during the master's project, 3 semesters and maybe a little more, being his student working on the MTP master's project. So I'll transport myself back to those days I remember that towards the end of the semester, we had to meet professors and decide our topic for the master's project. And Professor Malhotra used to be in the faculty at that time, Vishnu Mohan Malhotra. And Malhotra Maheshwari algorithm in the network flow is a very famous algorithm. And Professor Malhotra had a very charming personality also. First of all, he was very handsome, okay, and used to teach us compilers, I remember. And then that day I went to his room, his office, and said that I would like to work with you in my MTP. So he said, yeah, take these 2 papers and read. So I still cannot explain what happened. That night, when I slept with the printout of those papers, I just could not sleep. Okay, so something told me that you should not work in compilers. Okay, nothing wrong with compilers. All respect to systems people. Without you, AI, computer science would be impossible. But I just could not get myself to think that I will work on compilers with Professor Malhotra. So I was extremely disturbed. In the morning, I saw Vinitji working on a BBC computer. Okay, BBC computer those days with BASIC. Okay, he was doing something on the computer. And you think of the GPUs and large language models of today, and what is BBC computer? Maybe 1/1,000,000th of the size. And asked him, what are you doing? He said that I am working on Sanskrit NLP. And my grandfather was a very well-known Sanskrit scholar. After my class 12, when I met him, he said that, why don't you work on Sanskrit? If you are an engineer, you will break bridges. If you are a doctor, you will kill patients. Okay, you will cause a lot of harm. Just work on Sanskrit. This probably stayed with me. And then I said that something is appealing to me from this from this scene. Then I just went and talked to him. I talked to my mother. She said that you do what you love to do. Whatever is appealing to you, just do that. I went and registered with him. And everybody in the class told me, "Tujhe koi job nahi dega." Okay, your project is Sanskrit to Hindi machine translation. Who will give you a job? So I told this to Vinitji. So he said that, those things have stayed with me always. So he said that, "Tumhara jisme bhakti hai, wahi karo." Okay, whatever you love to do, you do that. And that is what I have done throughout. Okay, this is the lesson I took. In IIT Bombay, nobody was doing NLP. So IIT Bombay's NLP, I would say that is due to me. Okay, don't think me proud or something, but this happened because of that. There was no encouragement or anything. The encouragement was coming from Professor Sangal, Vinit Chaitanya, even when I was away, Deepti ji, and association with LTRC and so on. Okay, so now I was part of this Anusarak project. My MTP was in that area. And every morning, Vinitji would come around 9 o'clock and he would see me wearing a chadar. Okay? It used to be extremely cold in IIT Kanpur, and I was doing programming in C at that time. And then he also suggested this integer programming based parsing, where words have affinity for each other and then you group them. Okay, so this is cast parsing as an optimization problem. So my first paper was based on this idea, which was presented in the Sanskrit conference in Bangalore, in Shankar Math. And through my association with Vinitji, I also became an argumentative Indian. Okay, so the number of arguments we did, and the amount of so-called quarrels happened is innumerable. But yes, I could always feel that love and that support in him all the time, throughout, always. And we used to walk from our department to Hall 4 in IIT Kanpur, where he used to stay. And those walks were always full of lots of very enriching discussions. I was exposed to Gita from the age of 6. Okay, I have a personal copy of Gita from that age still with me. But Gita's interpretation and understanding of different slokas from many different points of view, that happened due to Vinitji. And he also took me to Swami Chinmayananda's lectures in IIT, IIT Kanpur. Okay, all this is due to him. And some of the things which I've transmitted to my students and coming from Vinitji is the importance of critical thinking. I used to go in the morning having read some paper or being excited with some idea and meet him, I saw this, bad hope. Okay. Okay. So what is so great about it? And did you look at it from different points of view? So this critical thinking, not being blown over by anything that came from Vinitji. And I still tell my students, those things. And finally, I have also met him in Chinmaya Mission in Mumbai. I met him in Tirupati. So this, this fact of being away from publicity all the time has always, surprised me, and gradually understood the importance of this way of looking at life also. I remember a student of mine coming one day and telling me, "Sir, I'm not getting the email address of Akshar Bharati anywhere." Okay. So, and I also didn't know for a long time. And whenever I used to ask Professor Sangal or Vinitji, they would just smile mysteriously. Okay, what is Akshar Bharati? So it took me some time to understand what Akshar Bharati is. So, so this is something I wanted to say, a friend, philosopher, and guide, and enriched me always in every possible way. And would let his blessings and his association be with us for all the time to come. Thank you very much. Also, if I could request you to speak a few words.
नमस्कार। इन लोगों ने जो कहा है वो उनकी इमेजिनेशन है, कल्पना है। मेरे में कोई प्रॉपर्टी नहीं है, तो मैं अपनी कोशिश करता हूँ जितना हो सके, बाकी ईश्वर की इच्छा से होता है। ठीक है, हरिओम।
So thanks a lot, Chaitanya ji, Dr. Rajiv Sangal, Dr. Pushpak Bhattacharya, and Dr. Amba Kulkarni. So for many of us, I think the mystery of the author Akshar Bharati is resolved finally today. So now moving on, we are short on time, and no one wants to be the speaker who's keeping a man away from his lunch. So I would just try to speed things up a little bit. We now move on to the next session, which is the release of certain resources that the LTRC lab has developed recently. So as we look back into the past, here is a peek into the things to come in the future.
I apologize for being here again after being for so long earlier, but it was insisted upon that I do it, so I will. So we mentioned Bhashini, and what we are going to release now are some of the resources, both models and corpora, that have been developed in past, let us say, 3-4 years of our work on machine translation. So Bhashaverse is a model which we want to release to people. It's going to be available freely for people to download. It's a multitask model, and it is working for 36 into 36 Indian languages. And so it has the context window for the model is 1024 words, not subwords. which means that's why we are saying it's to a certain extent handling certain discourse features. The other things that the same model, because it's a multitask model, the other things that this can do is evaluation. So what it can do after you get an output, it will give a score, direct score on the translation quality. It will also identify errors. I mean, this is a, let's say, baseline. One has to work further and improve, but it will also identify errors, and then it will attempt at automatic post-editing. So the same model, which works for Indian languages, 36 into 36, will do all these other tasks also. The model has been developed from scratch on 2 billion parameters. It's an encoder-decoder based model, so not the so-called LLM, and runs on a smaller GPU, so it doesn't need that much compute. And we have compared for all the models that are other available, and it's more or less, it's okay, comparable with other models for many language pairs, maybe not so good for some, maybe better for some other. Because it covers languages like Tulu, Bodo, Bhojpuri, Maghai, so many of them it works on, Santali, and can be used for fine tuning because we are going to make it available freely. The other resource we will develop is a Bhashaverse LLM, because that's the buzzword. And it is, so this is again 36 into 36 languages. Supports, here the context window is 2048 words. This can also do automatic post-editing. This is developed from scratch on Mixtral and with 4 into 4B parameters up to 4,000 tokens. Encoder only, and this is a decoder only model, so that's why LLM. It can be used, if you fine tune, you can use it for Indian language generation tasks such as summarization, question answering, etc. Then, other than model, the corpora that we want to release along with the models is a 10 billion parallel corpora for the same. So the model is trained on this corpora, and the corpora we are releasing, which is really huge in size, because so far as we know, no other such corpora is available. This corpora is developed, it's not crawled, it's developed. Some of it is synthetic, some of it is done with some curation. So it's a quality synthetic corpora we are calling. And this is, I think, the first corpora which also has Indian language to Indian language. Otherwise, most corpora are English to Indian language and then NWay. So this is Indian language to Indian language. Apart from this, we have 2 million parallel corpora for 17 domains for English and Indian languages in education domain, which is human, manually translated. 3 more languages corpora we will be releasing soon. Then health corpora, this we got from CMC. So the first corpora is the Swayam translations that we did. The 0.5 million parallel corpora from medical domain is from CMC. Again, this is also human translated. And then Himangi, our Himangi corpora is separate, which we will be releasing soon, which is under the Bhashini funded project. We have many more corpora. Since we are short of time, I'll very quickly say that there is Bhashik machine. So what is important is this post-editing corpora is because we've been doing all this work all these years. So we have collected a lot of corpora where there is a error and corrected, post-edited, we are calling it that corpora. It's, I think, first time for Indian languages. 8 million pseudo automatic post-edited corpora. 8 million pseudo corpora for direct evaluation, DA, we call. 0.1 million. So this is for evaluation for Indian languages. We don't have this kind of corpora. There is a dearth. So this will be kind of filling that space. This will be available. Error identification also is there. For that also there is corpora, human and synthetic. And speech, because we started, so disfluency is another thing. Disfluency, annotated corpora, and various things related. So lots and lots of corpora we are relating of different nature, we are releasing. The team that is there is this team. You can see our language experts sitting there. They have contributed. Lakshmi Narayan and Praveen are always there for every little thing people go and trouble them. And this is the people who are working with us, students. A lot of this work has been done by Vandan, who's sitting here, for his PhD. Okay, so hopefully he'll graduate soon. I request Professor Raj Reddy to release first now. So we acknowledge Methi and Param Siddhi, because compute facility was available, we could do all this. Ministry of Education, CMC Vellore, and of course Bhashini.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, you have to click twice, I think, and then this will release. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. So there will be a short demo to show that it actually works.
If I can quickly, so let's take up the Silver Jubilee page. If I copy this here, if we paste quickly, process, so translation is there. So quickly, if I say, if I edit something, yeah, so the English is Language Technology Research Center, LTRC, at IIIT Hyderabad. IIIT Hyderabad is celebrating its Silver Jubilee 25 years in 2 days event on December 6-7, 2024. So Hindi is IIIT Hyderabad में भाषा प्रौद्योगिकी अनुसंधान केंद्र 6-7 दिसंबर 2024 को 2 दिवसीय कार्यक्रम में अपनी रजत जयंती मना रहा है. So this is the Hindi automatic translation. So there is more to it. If I, let's say, quickly put some errors here. Let's say apni ki jagah India ki, which is wrong in translation sense as well as the text as well. And here, if you see, the tasks are there, different tasks as Dipti ma'am mentioned, post editing, quality estimation, error analysis. So if I quickly ask this model to point me the errors. So here, quickly, it pointed out India key is the wrong here, and the corrected version also it gave. So this is a single model which is doing all these tasks. There are around 18 to 17 education domains data that we have used here. So I think this is what all this model can do.
Thank you, Vandan, for that demo. So now may I call upon Dr. Vasudev Verma, please, to introduce our chief guest for the day.
It's always such a pleasant privilege to introduce Professor Raj Reddy. If Professor Raj Reddy is a pillar, central pillar, IIIT is built around him. I think that is a fact that no one can deny. So it is not just his greatness, his accomplishments, his encouragement, but him as a person, his warmth, and just his sheer presence in the room that motivates all of us, that kind of pushes us to actually excel at our own, kind of go beyond our capabilities and so on. I don't want to really talk about his Turing award or many other awards that he got, and maybe 24 doctorates. None of that is actually significant compared to the warmth, the the encouragement, and the motivation that he brings to everybody. So, Professor Raj Reddy, I mean, I can only call you with heartfelt and very kind of emotional way. Please, I would like you to talk about the keynote.
Good morning. So I was delighted to discover that I'm going to be in the right place at the right time when you are celebrating the 25th anniversary of LTRC. Dr. Rajiv Sangal and I have had many discussions, and we had our disagreements, but ultimately it is doing something that matters. And I'm so delighted that you are releasing this new model for the world with 32 different languages. And I hope it gets absorbed into the foundation models of the world so that we have high quality Indian language access to the thing. That brings me to the topic of my talk. I've always worried, this is all wonderful if you happen to speak English and you're educated, then all this technology and the solutions are going to be great. But what about the people who are illiterate and can't read English language laptops or any other thing? What do they do? And nobody wants to pay real attention to that because there's no money in it. And so I remember having a, not debate, but discussion as early as 1995, when I was on the Microsoft Technology Advisory Board, saying to them, you build this Microsoft Word, it only works for English. Why don't you build it for all the Indian languages, Indian language word processing? They said, no, India doesn't need it. Everybody speaks English. I said, you're crazy. Only less than 5%, maybe even 1% speak actual English, and they can learn how to do some editing, but most of them really don't understand. So one of the issues that comes up is when you are learning a topic and it's all in English and you listen to the lecture, you ask, how much of it did you really understand? And it's not just Indians. If you're an Italian or Israeli or German, they have the same problem. They don't fully understand, so they pick up pieces of it, but it's not the thing. So the problem we face is, what do we do about the people at the bottom of the pyramid? And there are about 30% of India, 30 to 40%, are not literate. They can't read their own language. Or if they can read it, they're not what we call semi-literate. They can't understand it. If I gave you a newspaper article and say, read this paragraph and explain to me what it says, they can read each word, but they can't put it together and understand the concepts. So the issue is, how do we train in the future people that can read and understand language? And let us say they can't read or write. Supposing all that they can do is speak, can we build interfaces for them so that they can interact with their smartphone or anything else in their local language, and ask questions and get answers in the local language. That's what we want to get to. I think we're almost there in the sense of technology. Those of you who've been using ChatGPT and other communication things, they're already like Google Gemini. You can actually ask it a voice question, and it'll give you a response, and it can even synthesize the speech so you can listen to it. But what happens if you don't understand it? If you are presented some information, but you don't understand it, you don't understand what that means. And so the important thing here is we need to train people to be comfortable with asking questions, saying, I don't understand that. Can you explain it to me further, please? This kind of a two-way dialogue with your teacher is not something in India, especially, if you're in a classroom, nobody even raises the hand or asks questions saying, I don't understand. And so we are entering into a new era where you and your intelligent companion, AI companion, will be interacting with each other, and you will be able to get any information that you want, whatever subject you're interested in, translated into your language and explained by voice dialogue. So the technology that has to be here is we need to eliminate the literacy divide. That is, if I don't know how to read and I give you a smartphone, can you actually quickly learn to use it and interact with it? The basic, learning to learn mechanisms that you need to teach every kindergarten student. And currently the situation is we don't have such technology, but we should be able to get there very quickly. And that's the great thing about the current revolution in AI and computer science on how it's going to impact the world in the future. Basically, AI, you need to have a definition. What do you mean by AI? I have had a definition since 1965, where I wrote a paper, which was promptly rejected, saying AI is nothing more than an intelligence amplifier. It's just like engineering is a field that helps you to enhance the physical capabilities. You need to cross a river or fly in the air or whatever. Engineering provides you the technical solutions. AI and computer science enhances your mental capabilities, just like engineering enhances your physical capabilities. So basically, we are here looking at the future where anything I need, I have a companion, AI companion, which speaks to me in my local language. It speaks, not makes me read because I don't know how to read. And it's able to interact in a dialogue model. So one of the foundational problems that comes up with this kind of thing is, I think you had it in your list, building dialogue models, how to interact. If I say X, what do you say for Y? And in particular, current systems are not set up for what we call a new word problem. When you use a phrase or a word that computer doesn't know. None of the models you've released has that particular phrase. Like, give me a break. Give me is a kind of a compression of give me whatever. What is give me? So you have to define it. And so what this whole talk is about, I'm not going to go through the talk because we don't have the time, is about issues that come up when you are faced with building systems for people at the bottom of the pyramid who don't know how to read or write and who can't speak in English language, and how do you do it? So I'll just show you the first one or two slides, and then we can stop. So the bottom of the pyramid here, we're talking about people, like 3 billion people, that with incomes of less than $3 a day and cannot read or write, follow directions, cannot read newspaper articles, cannot use keyboard and touch tablets. And so for a semi-literate person, the only acceptable mode of interaction is speech. You speak to it and it speaks back to you. And that technology is already there, but only for half a dozen or 10 languages, which are important for business purposes: English, French, German, Chinese. But none of the Indian languages are there. Even Hindi is not there. It is there in various ways because of Bhashani, but it's not routinely available. So, I'm going backwards. So, the key thing is, even if you're a person in the village, there are some things you can benefit from. It would be, I don't know how many times you do it. Every week I go to Wikipedia at least once or twice, maybe more often, because I don't have certain knowledge that I need. And if I want to watch a movie in English or French or something, right now I can't because of the language. There's a whole lot of high school education, language and mathematics and other things in Khan Academy lectures. It's completely free, but it's all in English. What you want are the same knowledge and same tools available in your local stuff. Or if you might want to order food online, you're out of luck right now. Number one, you have to read. Even if you can read English, then you have to understand. So, and there are lots of other things, including things like voting online, and that you cannot do if you don't know how to read or write. I think we need to go forward in the future. We will be able to eliminate those things by having systems that carry on with you, an AI companion, which is will answer your questions and lead you by the nose if necessary to do the task you're trying to do. And almost all of us, every day, come up with something I need an answer to. And if you had an intelligent assistant, then we will be able to solve. So my model is, in the future, we will have smartphones, the same smartphone with where you can speak to it and it will speak back to you, which is already there, except it will speak back, you want it to speak back in your local language, one of the 32 languages, not just Hindi or Telugu or something. And so the issue of if we can do that and make it available, even if they're not doing very elaborate, PhD level chemistry synthesis, and even a farmer or anybody in a village, when they get a problem, how do I do this? How do I make sambar? It'll come back and kind of give you some instruction. If you don't understand it, you say, how do I do X? So all of that now becomes possible. And so what I'm going to do is there are these, I've already mentioned, reading newspapers, banking, buying and selling. And I won't go through all of this. So basically, a personalized intelligent assistant to the people at the bottom of the pyramid. Every person on the planet must have a phone. And it is in the interest of the government to give everyone a phone, because then the whole interaction becomes much more. And more memory and space and so on, unlimited computation and bandwidth, language divide and literacy divide limits, current access, affordability, and so on. So I'm assuming very soon, a matter of 5, 10, 20 years, everybody on the planet will have a smartphone. And everybody will be able to speak in their local language. And everybody will be able to enter into a dialogue saying, I don't understand that, please explain further. All these kinds of things are already now being done if you know how to use ChatGPT in English. And what you want to do is make it available for people at the bottom of the pyramid who are not speaking English and who are not speaking any language. So the necessary conditions for making such transformation of society is, number one, you need to have infrastructure. You need internet connectivity, which we now have with smartphones, even in remote areas in India, in other countries. And a smartphone, which now costs, what, 10,000 rupees, let's say. And I think it's in the interest of the government to give it to everyone for free, perhaps a subsidized smartphone, where you say, you pay 1,000 rupees, you get the smartphone, except we get access to all your data. That I'm already proposing, there's this big concern about privacy. There are certain things that society and the governments already require. So for example, if you want to own a car and drive a car, you have to have a driver's license. In 1920, there were no driver's licenses. The cars were just coming in, people were driving all over the place and killing everybody. And they said, we can't have that kind of person. The only people that can drive a car is to have a driver's license. In 2020, the Prime Minister announced there will be complete lockdown of the entire country. And people could not move. Like all the buses were stopped and all the trains, passenger trains were stopped, no planes. The people that suffered most are the poorest people, because they don't have a car. They couldn't jump in the car and go get whatever they needed to do. And not only that, because they didn't show up for work, they were laid off. They all lost their jobs. So lockdowns are a complete disaster for society. It's extremely disastrous if you happen to be very poor. So we have to find a solution for lockdowns. And it is possible now to have a smart watch attached to your smartphone, which will give you all the life cycle parameters, heart temperature, heart rate, oxygen level, all of those things. And the only issue is privacy. If I have this watch and it's collecting the data, right now, the answer is it cannot be given to anybody. It's privacy violation. And I say, okay, but you want to get on a plane? You want to get on a bus? You must have a passport or license to get on the bus. And the only way I'll let you get on the bus is if you have a clean passport where the parameters are showing that you're not at all infected. So what will happen, it may take another 5, 10, 20 years, we will have more pandemics in the next, for the rest of the century. 10, 20 years, you are guaranteed. At that time, we need to be prepared to say, you don't have to share your data, but if you want to get on a bus, or you want to go to a movie theater, or you want to go to a wedding, or you want to go to on a plane, we can't let you go around infecting everybody else. Therefore, you have to have a passport, a license to move about. Otherwise, you can stay at home. You don't have to share your data. So the issue is society throughout has evolved policies for safeguarding society as a whole from individual willful misbehavior. And I think same thing will happen in the future. So certain kinds of data, which would be useful, will be made available, but it doesn't have to attach your name. It is mainly anonymization, personalization. You can actually have personalized, information transferred. Nobody else can actually know it is from you. And in particular, if you transfer your data and it's completely anonymized, that means that if you are infected and you have to be warned to say, stay inside and you'll be and quarantine yourself. Right now, there is no simple way, but there is a way. It's what we call publish and subscribe. That is, anytime the data collected with a handle, 64-character handle, says this individual, whoever they may be, wherever they may be, is infected. And that gets published. Then it's your responsibility, your smartwatch and smartphone, to ping that database to figure out you're the one that is infected. That can be done. So without violating your privacy, sharing of your data for the betterment of the society as a whole is something that can be done. So anyway, it turns out we need the infrastructure, we need instrument the databases, we need to instrument the people, places, and things, including bridges, cars, whatever it is, that we must have data, and this data can be anonymized, and so you don't have to worry about privacy. And then we need computing power, processors, memory, and bandwidth, and supercomputers. So the last part of machine learning and analysis can only be done if the data is being shared. So this is the first 3 of 20 slides. I'll stop here and say the problem of providing user interfaces for people that don't know how to read or write at the bottom of the pyramid is a very central, important problem, especially for India. And we ought to work on it. Thank you. By the way, the whole talk is with Dr. Vasudeva Verma, and you can ask him, he'll mail it to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir, for shining a light on where the next decade's worth of effort in NLP should go to. Now, with this, we move on to the last session of this morning, which is our keynote. But before that, I just want to take like 2 minutes because we have 2 of our alumni over here who have been associated with us in the past. And they have also penned a book about natural language processing, which is about a book on how to build product level systems, NLP systems in different companies. And it gives you it's kind of a cookbook and recipe book about it, quite popular. When it was released on Amazon.com, it trended as the #1 book over there globally, and has also been endorsed by AI leaders, including those from CMU, DeepMind, Google, Amazon Science, and Microsoft Research, and has consistently been ranked among the top 1% books in AI recently and translated into 5 different languages. So I would invite 2 of those authors of the book are here with us. So we have Anuj Gupta, who's the founder and CEO of Gradient Advisors now, and he has 2 decades worth of experience in spearheading AI efforts across multiple organizations. Anuj is an alumnus of IIIT Hyderabad, from where he graduated with an MS by research degree in theoretical computer science. We also have with us Harshit Sorana, who is currently a research scientist at AI2, a serial entrepreneur and founder of a number of startups which have recently gone through an acquisition. He has a master's in computer science from CMU. He has worked with MIT Media Labs as a researcher and did his undergraduate thesis work with us over here at Language Technologies Research Center. So may I please request you to present the copies of your book to Dr. Raj Reddy, Professor Rajiv Sangal, and Dr. Srinivas Bangalore. So they have a session tomorrow. So I would encourage everyone to please come and attend those sessions. And there's a lot more experience and around this, writing the book and generally around their work as well, that they'll share hopefully with us tomorrow. So with this, I move on to the keynote session after a long wait, and especially thanks a lot to Dr. Srinivas Bangalore, who's made the effort to come especially for this occasion all the way from US. And Dr. Srinivas Bangalore is a frequent collaborator and a friend of the lab here. He's the Senior Vice President of AI at Interactions LLC. His career began at AT&T Research Labs, where he made significant contributions in spoken language translation, multimodal understanding, language generation, and question answering. He has co-edited 3 influential books on super tagging, natural language generation, and language translation, and has authored over more than 100 research publications and holds a number of patents in the field. Dr. Bangalore has been an adjunct associate professor at Columbia University, a visiting professor at Princeton, and a professor at the Copenhagen Business School. May I please request you to come and address the room? Thank you.
I have a difficult task and as he said that I'm keeping you away from lunch, so I'm not sure how much time I have, Vasu. 45 minutes, okay. So just be prepared for that. All right. First off, thank you, Vasu. Thank you for inviting me and DPG. This is coming back, bringing back a lot of memories, having been associated with this place over the last 25 years. In fact, my association goes even before that to Kanpur days. In fact, Pushpak recalled many of those memorable events. And for me, I used to take the NLP class that Professor Sangal and Vinayji used to be in. And I have fond memories of reading John Preston's book on LFG on a fall semester class. You would have Professor Patnaik, Professor Sangal. We used to debate what is an C structure, what is an F structure, how does it relate to Paninian framework. Some of the things that Pushpak mentioned about Vinayji is very true. It's about bridges. How do you combine things, perspectives from one tradition with another perspective from a different tradition? How do we connect? And towards, I had a few words with Viniji, and now he's connecting Paninian framework with category theory. I don't know how many of you know category theory. It's a very mathematical framework that underpins computer science and programming languages. And, it's interesting that he is delving into that area, trying to bridge gaps between philosophies or perspectives from different traditions. The other thing that I remember about Viniji is he's extremely passionate about what he takes on. And I have had discussions with him about as simple as how do you do the coding, computer coding of characters. And he was so passionate about that topic. He would say, why is that English has only 1 byte, whereas Hindi and other languages have to have 3 bytes? Isn't that unfair? Transmission-wise, it is simpler to transmit English versus Indian languages, let's say. So he's very passionate about that. And Vasu rightly mentioned about collaboration and culture. I have learned a lot from those initial days of being in that group back at Kanpur. The flatness of the organization, so to speak, as Vasu mentioned, as well as the collaborative spirit and free thinking in one sense, not constrained by hierarchy, not constrained by the fear of debate, right? These are principles that Professor Rajareddy also mentioned. Nobody asks a question. Why don't we ask a question? And I learned quite a lot about asking questions because that's the only way you learn, right? If you don't ask questions, you don't know what you don't know, right? So learning to learn is something that I learned there. My association with LTRC, I was very, very, very fortunate to have mentored many students from here. I saw a few of them in the breakout session. It was nice to see them again. I've had many associations with students in summer schools and winter schools that we have conducted over the years. And also, like Deeptiji mentioned, in fact, that picture was taken in Berlin, ACL, that we had a fun time doing those kinds of things. And, my son is 21, and he one day came on his birthday. He said, why do you celebrate birthdays? And he thought that he had already passed his prime and faculties were decreasing, he said. And I said, you just wait until you get to my age. But it's about reminiscing. It's about rejuvenating our commitments, right? It's about making sure that we have not lost our vision. And 25 years is a long time. In one sense, 25 years is a short time in another sense, right? So I'm looking forward to more associations with LTRC and IIIT Hyderabad. And thank you for inviting me here. Okay, so now I keep turning as if the thing is there. Let me talk about the topic of my presentation here. NLP has gone from what we used to know as a glass box, and I will trace the history of it, the journey that we have gone through, not from a judgmental point of view, because the glass box, black box might create some sort of connotation that somehow black box is bad and glass box is good. But it's just a matter of fact that we have gone from glass box to a black box way of thinking. We've gone from building prototypes in labs to products in the field. Some of the students have mentioned that they are running companies with NLP knowledge that was learned here, right? And we've built systems that are robust, starting to challenge the kinds of things that Professor Yagnarayana mentioned about if you go out onto the street, how do you build applications for the common man? It is not necessarily just collecting data in a lab. It's about collecting data in the field. And how do you address all those challenges? We are going beyond technologies. We used to think, oh, speech recognition, language translation, NLP, those were the technology. We've gone to building solutions, and they'll talk about what we do in the company as well. And like any good conversation at LTRC, we shouldn't end without having a debate. And so this is a controversial topic I have put up here. Maybe we've gone from science towards engineering. Yes or no, we may debate about it over lunch or the next day or so. So at the outset, and many of you have heard this over the course of the morning, that we used to start off by thinking about linguistic representations and computational models associated with linguistic representations. And Paninian framework was one of them that I got introduced to when I was in Kanpur. And like Pushpak mentioned, it was a dramatically different way of thinking about language processing. And to use integer programming was another bridge to say, well, I'm going to use something that was not designed necessarily for language parsing and model language parsing as an integer programming exercise, right? And using the constraints of language and syntax as constraint programming. There were other traditions, and I was fortunate to be with Professor Arvind Joshi. I worked on tree adjoining grammars. And once again, having conversations with Viniji, he would try to ask questions. How do you bridge these two frameworks? What are the commonalities between these? And there was a lot of heated debate with Vijay Shankar, who used to work on tree adjoining grammars, and how to code things that were non-configurational, that is in Indian languages, in a tree adjoining framework, right? Because non-configurational means that it's not necessarily subject, verb, object, or subject, object, verb, but it can move around. So you can have all different six different permutations of the three words in Hindi or Indian languages. How do you model that in a strictly configurational paradigm, right? So those are questions that we used to debate about. There were, during that time, we used to build out frameworks in formal languages, combinatory categorical grammar, CCG, that Mark Steedman works on, was a different way of thinking about it. And it had some fluidity in how non-configurational languages could be addressed. But then there were formal results in terms of automata that parsed tree adjoining grammars and categorical grammars that showed that these two are equivalent. They are different syntactic sugars in a sense. But the underlying mathematical framework to parse these is the same. So those were some of the ways in which we used to think about language models, not language models as today's language models and models of language, right? So those are, there was a period where linguistic theories were implemented as computational models so that we could understand how and where linguistic theories would break down or overgenerate or undergenerate. So that was the philosophy that was behind that thinking. Then there was the advent of evaluation metrics, right? So as many of you who work in corporate world might say, if you want to measure progress, or if you want to make progress, you have to measure what you're doing, right? And that was the philosophy. And DARPA programs were created around, and Vasu mentioned DUCK conference. Before that, there was DARPA conferences on speech recognition. And we created a number of these evaluation metrics, you know, word accuracy for ASR, parse eval for parsing, precision recall for information retrieval, blue score for translation, rouge for summarization, ROC curves for classification. Those were things that we wanted to measure to see if we are making progress in the right direction, right? And those were, you know, starting to say, well, look, you have prototypes, can it meet up with the challenges of the external world, right? And so that was the phase that brought in corpus-based statistical models. The idea here was that, well, let's build some corpus. Let's evaluate what we are building on these corpora. And Pentree Bank, many of you know that, is a syntactically annotated corpus done at Penn, University of Pennsylvania on Wall Street Journal. That was used to create parse evaluation metrics to see how robust our parsers were on real language sentences, not linguistic, synthetically generated sentences, but real language sentences, real world sentences. There was dependency tree bank soon after that. And there is also the CCG tree bank, the categorical grammar tree bank. All these tree banks were essentially like a testing mechanism to see if what we have built can withstand the real world needs, right? And how far we are and how can we make progress and so forth. That was the intention behind it, right? But then there was a sea change that happened around 2002, 2003 circa, right? DARPA program called Communicator and the translation program that was closely associated was running machine translation programs. And one of the key insight was that, well, if you have an evaluation metric, why not go about optimizing it directly? Right? So this is a sea change thinking in one sense, right? Saying, well, if you have Blue Score for translation, why do you want to just evaluate it after the fact? Why not loop it in during the training process? Right? And that, in my world or in my perspective, was a departure from what these metrics were supposed to do to what we were doing before to what the next, whatever, 20, 25 years have unfolded, right? Because now we are not using evaluation as a method to test our systems, but we are training to the test metric itself. It's like our students learning for the test. We don't want them to learn for the test. We want the test to be a metric on how much they understand, right? But this way of closing the loop, while it makes sense to compete in a DARPA evaluation scheme and say, well, I got the best Blue Score, it's defeating the purpose of what the metric was supposed to do, right? And the methodology shifted, and more so, Blue Score, we all know, is an approximation of translation accuracy. It is not the be-all, end-all. By designing the system for optimizing it, we are chosen to do very different things. We are trying to beat the leaderboard in a sense. That's not the point of this exercise, right? And to this day, I don't think we have created an evaluation metric that reflects the objective of what language processing is all about, right? We all know that. So that's my 2 cents or beef about that. So once that transition happened in thinking, then the question became, well, can we learn the representation itself to optimize what we are trying to optimize? In the past, we were designing representations, whether through linguistic means or feature extraction and building a classifier on it. And the features were either linguistically motivated or, folks with subject matter expertise would design features to extract information out of the corpus and say, well, how can these pieces of information that are interpretable, that can be combined to design a system for the necessary task? But the next step in the thinking evolution, in one sense, was to say, well, why not let these representations be learned from ground up? But because we know the evaluation metric and we know what we want to get out of the system, why not let the machine figure out what representation optimizes it, right? So we sort of gave up the notion of interpretability at that point, right? And we started to design systems and architectures for specific tasks like machine translation, text categorization, speech recognition, and summarization that were designed to optimize that particular task. And machine was free to learn the representation that would optimize that task. So from a process way of thinking, how do we process language was the previous generation. to a product-oriented thinking. That is, I care about the end result. I don't care about the process. Right? That's a big departure. And most of you, in fact, many of you have said this morning that it's the process that is important, because if the process is not right, the end may not be right. Right? So that was the start of neural networks. And of course, these things came about because we could get greater compute power. Then finally, the current generation of models that we do is to say, well, if you build a bigger and bigger model, and we not only deal with language, but with audio, text rather, with text, you deal with audio, deal with images, deal with video. And we have one single model that absorbs all of this, right? And representation is learned from these various media types. Then we can actually cross-pair them. So you can take a text and make it into an image. You can take an image and make it into a speech. You can take a speech and realize it as a video. So you can cross media from the input side to the output side. It's a very, very powerful framework, as long as you don't peer into that box and say, what is it doing? Right? That is the black box thinking, right? Having said that, there are a lot of positive stuff that has come out of this, right? Amazing things that DJ actually mentioned, 32 by 32 languages, and the student demonstrated translation. As long as we don't ask, what is it learning? We're okay. Right? And some of you may have that uncomfortable feeling, but some of you might say, well, it's okay, as long as it's doing the right job. Why should you care? Right? So there is an ever-changing definition of large. There is a cottage industry of building out large language models, and ever-increasing compute power is being spent on that. And larger models are outperforming smaller models on benchmark task. There is this whole notion of emergent behavior, right? That the system has been trained to predict the next token, but where is it been told to solve logic problems or syllogisms or, answer questions about things that it was never taught to answer, right? Is it coming from the prompt? Is it coming from the context it was trained on? Is it coming from some deep hidden representations? Those are questions we don't know. It is a black box, but it seems to be doing something that it was not trained to do. Right? Is that emergent behavior and overfitting to the data? Are the things that we are testing have already occurred in the corpus that it was trained on? Perhaps, right? We don't know that. Now, because of the size of these models, as large as they are, only a small handful of companies can train such large models. And that should cause a little bit of discomfort for many of you, right? Because it's sort of an oligarchy of AI in a sense. The previous generation of AI, universities could participate in it. Now it's almost impossible to be spending $100 million of money to build out a foundation model, right? That's disconcerting that we are playing into the hands of a few companies because of the sizes of the models that build. The saving grace is that smaller models that have been created with domain-specific fine-tuning of these open source language models, or even building out a small model from scratch, they outperform on specific tasks, even the largest of the large language models. So that's sort of a saving grace in all of this. So in a chart, let me see if I can show you what I have shown you in words. So in the 60s and the 70s, we had formal grammars, the foundations of computer science, programming languages, context-free grammars, Chomsky hierarchy, and so forth. Then the 80s and 90s was about encoding them and using computational models of language and building parsers and so forth. Then came the statistical generation, where we built out generative models, not generative models like what we are calling LLMs, but classical n-gram-based models with or HMM-based models that were borrowed from speech recognition. And soon after that, we transitioned to discriminative models, trying to say, well, we don't really care about the source as long as we can discriminate or a part of speech tag or what tag we should provide to a particular word in the context. And later on, moved on to neural network-based models because of GPUs. Today, we are in the large language model world. Now, notice that the period is shrinking, where the paradigm shifts is happening faster and faster, right? And that's a significant thing to remember, is as we teach students about what to learn, things will shift very, very quickly, right? So what do we want to teach the students? What does a student want to learn today may not be what will be in prevalence 5 years from now, right? So those are some challenges that we may have to take on. So what are the driving forces for moving from this sort of glass box to a black box approach, right? Infrastructure factors, Professor Raj Reddy started to talk about that, and he challenged us to think even bigger. But today, the kinds of things that have influenced this transition in this journey is, exponential growth of the web corpus. We are dealing with very, very large scale corpora, partly because the disk sizes, disk has become very cheap. The availability of text online is very prevalent. Now, having said that, it's only a handful of languages where this is the case, right? There are 7,000 languages in the world. Many of them don't have scripts, like Professor Yagna has said, right? And how do we be more inclusive about those languages? So those are some challenges there. But for the rich and famous languages, yes, there is a lot of data. Then there is the exponential growth in computational power. I don't have to mention more. GPUs are the mainstay of AI right now. And you can see the NVIDIA stock just blow up in a matter of 2 years. Storage cost has declined. But I think the key is also an open source way of thinking. Folks before would build systems in IBM or AT&T or Microsoft or Google. They were proprietary. It was not available for people to play with. But increasingly, there is a culture of publishing, not just the paper, but also the code. And that's very helpful. And that's the way science needs to be, that you can test out what is being written. And that has given a big impetus. You can download a Hugging Face model and you can take some scikit-learn software, and a student can build a decent system today. Right? That's remarkable. There are language representation factors also that have influenced this. We used to think about language in a modular way. Right? There is a syntax component, or a morphology component, a syntax component, and a semantics component, a pragmatics component, and so forth. And part of the reason is that our human thinking was, okay, let's divide the problem into pieces so that we can understand them better. But really, language is not compartmentalized like that. Language is a joint problem. Everything influences everything. It's very difficult for us to grasp that, right? And machines can do a pretty good job there. The other part is that we mapped discrete into continuous spaces, right? Text is discrete. Even speech recognition, we would take a continuous signal and make it into a discrete representation. But now we go from that discrete representation back into continuous spaces. And that brings very different algebra into the equation, right? And that's, whether it's nearness with similarity scores, or that we borrowed from information retrieval, to various aspects of what transformers do, right? That's because we can deal with continuous spaces. We are mapping language, not only language, even images, text. It's become a interlingua for all kinds of media types, in a sense. right? And perhaps we have changed the objectives as well in language, right? So the first generation of language processing was about the process, but the current generation is about the product. And maybe we've changed that, and probably we're comfortable with that. There are sociological factors, from my perspective. Increasingly, funding agencies want demonstrable applied research. And I think PJN mentioned, let's not make it an LTDC, but keep it LTRC, right? Or Yagna mentioned that, yeah, right? And that is a challenge in this day in climate, right? Increasingly, funding agencies want an output to come out of research funding, and of course, in organizations that has changed ever since things took a different turn. Whether it was during the IBM, AT&T days or in the Google, Microsoft days, people want to see output come out of the investment. What is the return on investment? And that changes the kinds of research problems or problems that we take on, the timelines that we have for that, and so forth. Yeah, so there is an expectation of quick turnaround time. Folks will not wait around for 5 years, right? And Swarnalata is sitting there, and she probably can, understand the pressures of that, right? So there is a pressure on return on investment. There is also a skill gap, I think, and student and the labor force has little patience now. Folks don't want to spend the time it takes to understand the process of doing language processing. They would rather learn how to, program machine learning systems by downloading code and putting systems together. It's much easier, right? So there is an expectation from a pull factors, economic factors driving that. And I feel that was one of the reasons why the process way of thinking fades into the background to a product way of thinking. Now, I'm making some controversial statements, obviously, but you feel free to challenge me whenever we have an opportunity. Now, I also want to trace the growing dependence on data, right? Initially, back when we started, we used to do field linguistics where data was used primarily to validate a theory, right? When you build out a theory, you would go out and collect, well, in Swahili, it happens this way, or in Tulu, it happens this way. But then there was a generation where we said, well, let's do corpus-based statistical linguistics, computational linguistics based on corpora. And so we annotated quite a lot of corpora. And we would say, well, okay, evaluate the system on it, but maybe we can train tens or hundreds of parameters if you were to build a parser using Pentree Bank, right? Then there was representation learning where data was collected and predictive models were built, but now the size of parameter space started to increase to millions of parameters. So the amount of data that was collected, because we are letting the representation be evolving from or learned from the machine itself, we needed more data to make that happen, right? And today, the large language models essentially are web scale. So of course, there is a lot of data on the internet, but there is a lot of toxic data as well on the internet. Now we're starting to realize that we have to, bottle the beast because there is a lot of, toxic data, biased data in it. And we try to do human alignment and create reinforcement learning based systems. Now that we have absorbed all that toxicity and bias into these models, how do we align these models back again to reflect human values, right? And so there is reinforcement learning based cleanup, so to speak. And many a company is spending millions of dollars on cleaning up and doing this human alignment, right? Here are a few charts in terms of the scale of, and I don't know if you can see that on that clearly. We're dealing with lots and lots of data. In fact, data that's going into models is tripling every year, right? So that's trend will continue. And along with data tripling, compute that processes that data for machine learning and training purposes is also quadrupling every year. And the concerning part about all of that is that energy needs is tripling every year. And what does that mean? That means that our impact on the environment is significant. In fact, we sometimes prefer data centers over providing water and electricity for people. There's something wrong about that, right? There's something fundamentally wrong that we are preferring data centers over people. Anyway, so commoditization, because of these large language models and so forth, we are building out systems that are good enough, very, ready-made, and they do a decent job. They're good enough systems. So things like speech synthesis, speech recognition, language translation, an off-the-shelf, either a cloud vendor provided API or a downloaded model can give you a pretty good start to do what you want to do for the effort that you invest in, right? But there are some areas which are still resisting that kind of commoditization. Now, commoditization is a good thing in one way because it becomes, low effort, low cost to build out technologies. But commoditization is also a bad thing because then, jobs are lost in one sense. There are a few things that are resisting commoditization, partly because there is a application knowledge that needs to happen. Like natural language understanding requires what semantics is appropriate for that particular application, whether it's an enterprise application or whether it's an agriculture application, whether it's a healthcare application. There is one level at which you can commoditize, but when you have to have deeper, and I'll get into that with enterprise virtual agents that I deal with, deeper levels of conversation, you have to have the semantics of what is a telecom company dealing with, or what is a hospital dealing with, or what is a retail company doing with that information. Same story with dialogue. Professor Rajareddy mentioned, personalization, right? How do we personalize a conversation? And that is a personal thing. You can't commoditize that. You can commoditize to one level, but deeper than that, there is a layer that you can't commoditize. Same thing about voice biometrics. Suppose I want to recognize my speech and have a voice print about my speech or identity, then I can't just commoditize that, right? So those are some technologies that are resisting commoditization. There is also a notion about good enough is not always good enough. And what do I mean by that? Many a story in the news, people have used Whisper for medical transcription. Whisper, as many of you might know, is a speech recognition, system model built by OpenAI on 750,000 hours of multilingual speech. It hallucinates. It creates words that were never spoken. Right? So imagine the consequence of that, right? If you are in a medical transcription world and the patient records reflect something that the patient has not experienced or not the medication that was not taken, that is life-threatening in one sense, right? So there are areas like that, and there is a famous case about Air Canada chatbot saying something that landed them into serious trouble, right? And people using ChatGPT to create briefs in court proceedings and being fined. So there are critical applications where good enough is not good enough. And you have to be very, very careful of where you're using these technologies. And we want to maximize customer experience. We want to maximize user experience, but also minimize the impact on the brand, if not protect the brand. Because enterprise brand, once it destroys, or for that matter, any institution's brand, it's very hard to recover once you lose that trust. So switch a little bit on a practical applications. How am I doing on time, Vasu? 10 minutes? Okay, I think I'm good. I'm going to spend a few minutes on what interactions does. It's all these concepts put in a real world being enterprise contact centers. Many of you have perhaps called a call center, for banking or for reservation or for other technical support. You typically call or text, and you eventually maybe provide some data, your the reason for your call or the information that you have your account number or what have you. And then you typically are put on a queue. You get so you're waiting in a queue, and an agent eventually picks up. And this process might be as little as 5 minutes or as much as an hour, right? And the experience is pretty poor, right? And this is where the customer experience sits today in call centers. We have long hold times because there are a number of conversations that are not being handled, so there are repeat callers coming in, and so the capacity is limited, and so you have a long hold time. You may not identify the problem correctly, so it goes multiple transfers, one agent to another agent to another, and the other agent starts asking the same questions all over again, right? You have trouble getting your question answered because the agents are not tuned or trained. The churn rate in call centers is as much as 40% because it's a very demanding job, right? And people get tired and quit. And so you have to retrain a fresh batch of people. And it is a dissatisfying experience for the agents as well, because folks are angry. I call in because I have a problem with the service or the product that I have purchased, so I am angry with that company. And the agents are the front line for that anger. And those are kinds of things that basically is soul sapping for the agent. So what Interactions does, it's a company that does managed care services. We build out call center automation for large enterprises. We build conversational systems for enterprises. We have brands like Nike and Western Union and Apple and so forth. And what we do is to do something that was talked about with this technology with human combination. And why we do that is to have the best user experience. When you call in with an accented speech, like Western Union is a company that transfers money from parts of the world to other parts of the world. And there are diverse set of people with different accents. An Arabic speaker speaking English with a very thick accent in Arabic, it's hard to understand accurately today with our speech recognition systems, right? Our ASR accuracies are not great, or to understand their intent is not great. So what we do is to bring in humans in the loop during the conversation itself and try to nudge the technology to do the right thing, whether it's a name of a person or a thick accented, or you are speaking from a very crowded street where there is a lot of noise, acoustic noise. So those are difficult things where technology today can't handle. And so we bring in humans to hear that speech and discern what the intent was, or decode what the word they said, or decode what the name of the person was, and so forth. So critical pieces of information. Using a notion of confidence model. When the technology fails, it gives a notion of confidence. And using that confidence, we say, well, we have to recruit a human in real time, not to impact the user experience, because you could delay that conversation to lose out on the real-time aspects of it. But beyond understanding, we go into a completion of the task. Oftentimes, when you have called, you get a few questions answered, you collect information, but you can't complete the task, whether it's a reservation task or a problem-solving task. Now we're looking at ways in which we can use agentic AI And to solve the task, if you're saying, well, I did not receive my shoes or my bed sheet that I ordered from you, how do I complete that task and find out where exactly your product is and when it will be delivered, right? Or be whatever the medical insurance claim that you want to make and why did it not go through, and complete the task. And in all of this, we collect the data and do machine learning and analytics to close the loop. That's what Interactions does. And we are trying to do this to optimize user experience as well as to protect the brand of the company, right? So the systems that we design are not generating synthetic responses, but has been curated so that it represents the values of what the brand wants to maintain. Now, that's all about the technology, but there is a role for us as users of technology, right? What we have seen is that human-human conversations where you talk to an agent, where I talk to an agent, has a very different characteristic than when I talk to a machine. And typically, the length of the utterance is much longer when I talk to a human. When I talk to a machine, it's much shorter. It's very telegraphic. Partly, there is a bias already built into many of the users that machines probably will not solve the problem if I explain to them all that I want to explain, right? So we tend to use smaller vocabulary, smaller words, simpler syntax. We are more positive with humans, but harsher with machines, right? So there is a role for us, because if you don't ask extended questions, if you don't explain your problem, technology cannot do magic, right? So if, in the old days of search, typically we used to use one or two keywords and expect the machine to figure out what you meant by the word fish, right? But now we're starting to be much more elaborate in our explanation as to what exactly are we searching for, because we see better results come back when you have a longer query. The same story with conversational systems. I encourage you, when next time you call a call center and you have a machine to talk to, explain full sentences, even though that particular version of the technology may not handle what you are asking them to handle. It becomes data for the next generation of technology to improve, right? So there is a role for us. Now, Professor Raj Reddy touched on this topic, and this is a topic that is very sensitive. At least in the US, it is very, very sensitive. And in Europe, even more sensitive, I would say, is the balance between privacy and personalization. We all want to build personal systems. We want to build systems that will do things on our behalf, for us, virtual agents that will act on our behalf, know us, and be companions to us. The flip side of it is that we have to collect all that data. And what is your user behavior like? What is your personal preferences like? And many a time, that comes in conflict with the personalization goal. How do we balance these two? And there are some solutions that are being done. Today, we deploy systems for real-time redaction in AT&T, where payment conversations where you're giving your credit card information is not visible to the agent in a conversation. When you read out your credit card, you don't want the credit card to land on the agent's desktop. So you want to redact it in real time as you're speaking, but collecting that information so that you can process that information later. Right? So managing privacy, personalization is a ongoing battle in this space, because many of our technologies have become so data reliant. I cannot not have data. So a few challenges, research challenges as I see it from conversational systems. We still need robust NLU. The vision that Professor Raj Reddy said, can I do a companion for the lower pyramid, lower strata in the pyramid? that requires robust natural language understanding, no matter whether they're speaking by, code switching or, thick accent or, speaking in a very noisy environment. We still need robust NLU. We also would like to induce conversations that are human-machine conversations from human-human data. So if I tell you that this is what the kinds of conversations happen in this agricultural domain, can I induce a human-machine conversation from that data? Right? We need metrics to sort of wrestle down this hallucination beast. We need something to say, well, we hallucinate, we are guaranteed for this 80% of the answers, this 20%, I'm not so sure. Because folks in future will be relying on that answer as if it is right. And if that 20% is wrong, then there are consequences to that. So we need a metric to say, where is that threshold? Where is that threshold that, because large language models are not trained to maintain factuality. LLMs are just predicting the next word, right? So factuality is not something that they are good at. Then there is the question of, how can we, build out agentic AI systems for enterprise grade conversational system to solve problems, to solve applied problems and make these applications go viral. Just like Google Maps is viral, everybody uses it, and you probably don't know how to navigate unless you have Google Maps anymore, right? So lost where to make a left. So I have time's up, but I'll take one more minute. Okay. So NLP has journeyed from the lab to the real world. The technology advances have quilted our daily lives. The road ahead is challenging in one sense. What we thought were hard problems, we have seemed to have solved them, or at least have a good enough answer for them. The future is going to be challenging because now we have to do a symbiosis between the practitioners of the technology and the technology itself. Just because you can solve it doesn't mean we should solve it, right? People are applying technology in cases where you shouldn't be. Practitioners should need to reflect on what this technology needs to do and how it aligns with human values. So we need to program humans who program NLP systems or AI systems, more generally speaking. Right? What does it mean? Basically, in my view, the next generation would be to inculcate students and practitioners with values that we cherish, we care about. And so there is an increasingly larger role for humanities in this journey, in the next phase of the journey. With that, I'll stop. Thank you.
May I request Dr. Vasudev Verma to please present a memento to our keynote speaker.